and good evening, everyone. It is movie night, the night where we talk about movies. Tonight we have a really fun one. If you can notice, I'm wearing a certain band's t-shirt.
Oh,
That was my favorite band in high school. So we are having the top high school movies of all time, the top 10 classic films. It was probably the easiest list to come up with. It could be a lot longer, but these 10 are definitely, at least on my list, are well-deserved to be on there. And Uncanny has his. So hang tight, everyone. It is movie night, baby.
movie night.
Movie night.
It's movie night, baby. 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 Watch a movie and we talk about it. Then we talk about it on the show. Watch a movie and we talk about it. Then we talk about it on the show. Movie night. Movie night, baby. 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 Hey ho, and I guess what I do. Oh, movie night on YouTube. Hey ho, and I guess what I do. Oh, movie night on YouTube. Ooh, babe. Movie night, baby. 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 It's movie night, baby. It's movie night, baby. 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 Movie night, baby.
Beautiful, beautiful. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Movie Night, the night where we talk about movies. Now, this list came to me at the gym, the one time I went to the gym in the past 3 weeks. And thank you. I know.
Looking swole, man.
Yeah, big time. I know. But we have a really cool movie theater in the gym with all the treadmills. So I remember the first day I went to this gym, I found out they had a cinema in the gym. So, okay. All right. Okay.
Sorry,
All right.
I'm here. I'm just shouldn't turn the light on.
Okay.
All right. You're at the gym, movie
Yeah.
theater.
And I normally do like a 10-minute walk, you know, just a walk just to get the heart rate up, to start up. But they were playing Back to the Future. And so my 10-minute warm up ended up being 55-minute watching the rest of the movie thing. Hey, that was the first time. So, you know, just ended up walking, and you know, I'm like, dang it, I'm stuck watching these movies now, and I didn't get it like a real workout. But the latest one, they were playing a movie, Clueless. So I'm like, oh my gosh, because we're always thinking about what topic to talk about. I'm like, what a perfect topic is high school movies, like the classic high school films. Clueless is definitely one of those. Spoiler alert, that one is on my list. And but yeah.
When you suggested this was amazing because you know, there's like 3 different types of high school movies, right? When I was kind of going through this with my wife, and I ended up on a list of 25 movies that I've seen that fit the category.
Wow.
And some of them I was able to kind of get off a little bit earlier, but there's the 3 general categories that I found is one is like emo kind of high school movies, right? Where it's like what I would call like The Breakfast Club is a perfect example of this, right?
Okay.
It's like the teen drama, like, woe is me, my life sucks, right?
Yeah.
Then there is the teenage, like high school teenage, like almost like a rom-com made for teenagers, which is
Okay.
something like the Lizzie McGuire movie, right? Where it's
Oh
like,
gosh, yeah.
this is a movie that is made for teenagers about teenagers.
Right. Yeah. Which that okay. I hope you didn't do count any of that
I had okay. We'll get to that.
because that would be another. That would be a whole nother. I mean, Xenon girl of the 21st century. That would be.
So the last version of this is what I was made my list, most of my list, which is movies made about people in or dealing with high school for adults, which is like
Yes.
and that's what mostly made it onto my list. And those tend to be a combination of endearing, but also kind of almost like terrible levels of funny, right? Like awkward situations, and like some of them tend to be like over the top, right? Like
Yeah.
that's what landed on my list mostly.
But that's kind of how high school is, though. I mean, everything is so. I'm like, oh my gosh, am I gonna ask Jenny out or so and so is doing that? Everything is just heightened up to 10, and everything's
Oh yeah.
more. When you're that age too, everything's
There's
heightened.
there's the hormones, and then everybody is like kind of dumb because not because necessarily they're stupid intellectually, but like they have no life experience, right?
Right.
And so like everything that you do, and like very little emotional regulation. So everything you do is like the first time you've done it. And so
Yeah.
everything is done terribly, and it's awkward, and everything is like the end of the world because you failed.
Yeah. It totally. Yeah.
It's
Exactly. Yeah.
what God made teenagehood to be for embarrassment, right? Like that's
Yeah. Well, and it's the first time. Oh, you're so and so's smoking a cigarette. Or so peer pressure, drinking, or
oh,
marijuana, drug use and alcohol, and girls are gr- hooking up at
man, you're not going to
parties.
give me the sex talk here on tonight, are you?
No, no, no. We have to
Son,
wait
I need to talk to you.
we have to wait many, many years for that, my son. No, no, kidding. No, no. Yeah. So I was thinking we could go. I'll leave it up to you. Either because you've gone first the last two times, and I feel like okay, you get to go first. But we could do it. We've done this with Tom on Mondays. Is we go 10. We share each other's tens, and
Okay.
then we go up the list that way.
Yeah,
Say
let's
which
do
one's
that,
yours.
man.
Okay, but before that, I gotta have the honorable mentions. I'm sorry, I have to do it.
I have a couple as well. They didn't make it
Okay,
on.
good. Okay, good. How many do you have? I only have 4. I probably could have expanded this list to be a lot more, but
I have two honorable mentions that didn't quite fit into what I consider to be good, but I still want to. There's still something interesting about them. And then I
okay.
have one that is just my number one least favorite high school themed movie ever, and there's no one worse than it. In my
Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. All
opinion.
right. Fair
You want
enough.
to go first, my fearless leader?
Wow. On that note, yeah. So I will go first. And the thing is, we were talking about this movie a little bit earlier before we went live, and I debated on having this list, but most of the movie takes place after they've already graduated, so I don't
Mm.
really count it. And that is the movie Starship Troopers. And it
Oh,
was
that
funny.
one's a great coming of age story.
Yeah, completely. I mean, and it is. I guess that's more of a college age movie, or maybe military sci-fi that could potentially be in. That could potentially be in the military movie.
It
It's
does
in the
have a lot
military
of
movie.
those elements, right? It's like they're young, like they're like it is a coming of age story amongst other things. There's the awkward sexual tension between like a love triangle or love
Right,
square,
or
right?
quadrangle or pentagon. Yeah,
And
yeah.
there's like, friends, and like they grow up, and like they're, Johnny Rico's trying to find his place in the world. And I think in many ways it really is a coming of age story in that similar vein.
Oh, it is. It really is. But when I think about high school movies, I don't necessarily think about Starship. I mean, it
Alien
starts
Bug Wars.
right. Yeah, it starts off and they're in high school, and then they graduate. But it's like it's not really. But it's worth an honorable mention. Okay, and then another one. I saw this movie again not too long ago. It's I guess or sorry, you go next, or should I?
One of my honorable mentions was Rock and Roll High School. It's not a very well-known movie, but
Forgot all about that movie.
it's an oldie, and it's you know how like it's pretty a lot of bands back in like the 80s 90s would have like movies that were basically made for the band, right? So one example is Detroit Rock City with Kiss, right? There is a
Oh,
movie, but it's centered around, well, that's the same thing with Rock and Roll High School. Is it's the Ramones movie, and I grew up
okay,
listening to the Ramones, and
okay.
it is not. I started. We didn't finish it. We started watching it, and then I got busy at work. It's not the best movie, but I have to give the honorable mention for the nostalgia. So
Okay. Okay. All right, fair enough. And my one is The Faculty. That's a really fun movie. It's basically it's basically Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but with what if your teachers became aliens, essentially taken over by alien bodies? And it's a really good sci-fi horror thriller. Uh, we've got Josh Hartnett in there. You've got a lot of the teen people. I think James Vanderbeek was in there too, if I'm not mistaken. But that's directed by Robert Rodriguez, which people don't know that. But it's a very good, or maybe James Vanderbeek is not in that. But anyway, oh, Usher is in it. Usher,
really,
anybody? Yeah, Usher is in it. Elijah Wood is in it, right?
that's some pretty big
So
names.
yeah, so Elijah Wood, Usher, and Josh Hartnett. It's a really good movie. It's kind of like a Twilight Zone movie. And that's more of a sci-fi thriller. When I think about this category, it's more of the coming of age dramedy, the social dramedy or comedy or drama, something to that effect. And The
Yeah,
Faculty is more a suspense thriller.
it's
Twilight Zone.
more kind of like the slice of life kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, totally. That's a good way of putting it. Okay,
All
what's
right,
your next honorable? We're in the honorable mentions category, by the way.
my next honorable mention is, and you're gonna make fun of me for this, and I can't blame you honestly. The Lizzie
Okay.
McGuire movie. It is absurd, and when my wife put it on, I hadn't seen it before. I was basically married, right? And I was like, "You're putting on Lizzie McGuire? I thought you were older than like 13, right?" But it actually is kind
She
of
probably
it.
was 13 when it came out, or even younger.
Deny. Oh, when it first came out, yeah, she
Yeah, when it
was
first
right.
came out. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But yeah, so I watched it, right, and I will say this, it is quirky, and it is kind of, and it's completely absurd, right? Like the main one of the main characters is literally like an Italian pop singer that's with this guy, and they're in a duet, and he's trying to frame her for being fake because they're gonna break it off. And like this Italian girl comes at the last second to save Lizzie McGuire from humiliation.
Please don't spoil it, Uncanny. Don't spoil the Lizzie McGuire movie.
Too bad, it's coming.
Darn
Um,
it.
so it literally, this Italian pop star is literally just Lizzie McGuire, like Haley Duff, in a wig, and she
No.
talks with this terrible Italian. She goes, "Where is my American friend Lizzie?"
No.
And
No.
they could only afford one song. They only have one song
Of
that she actually
course.
sings in the whole movie, and it's the one song they bothered to compose. It's terrible, but
Well,
it
this
also is
is
kind of funny.
okay. This is bringing me another topic for another time, but it would be the Disney Channel high school
Yes.
movies. Yeah, I mean that is a whole category in and of itself. And
I
yeah,
didn't delve too much into that category because that one's, one, it's not my favorite, and two, it is kind of its own beast too.
right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Those teenage movies for teens as a kid, they're more kids movies, really. When you think
Yes.
about it, they're not. Yeah, these are more adult. More taking teens as more adult.
Yes.
Adult. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Another honorable mention. Not probably. It's a bit before both of our times, but it is a classic teen high school movie. It's a movie called Grease.
Wait,
Grease.
Grease is only an honorable mention for you?
Yeah, because
What?
it's past. It was before my time. I didn't grow up with it. I was in a fashion show and it was Grease themed. That's about as far as I went with Grease. And it was it was like those cheesy high school fashion shows. I mean, it was fun, but yeah, I mean, the of course the music is great. I love the the 50s backdrop and everything, and John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John. Of
Oh yeah,
course, yeah,
man.
but again, it's not. It doesn't resonate with me so much. I didn't grow up with. I love Grease so much. I knew that was the thing, but it was always like, oh, that's what older people like. Older people like these movies.
See, that's hilarious because I grew up watching Grease, and my dad was like, hard. Like my dad loved Grease. Like he always was like, because my dad was like into he was a punk when he was a teenager, but he really got into like the greaser stuff. Like he listened to rockabilly and he loved Cadillacs and so like that was like so I grew up. That's funny you say that because I didn't grow up like normal people, I guess. But like I grew up in Greece was like that's how I kind of like saw the last generation. I'm like, yeah, of course you're going around getting into fist fights and like, wearing leathers and talking about subtly singing about banging and stuff like
Yeah, right. Summer loving, had me a chance. Yeah, do. I know all the songs are. It's classic. I mean, yeah, it's a classic film. I'm not gonna knock it with that.
it's okay.
I can't, but I
I won't
can't
say
make a
it's
list without at least honorably mentioning. And then,
true.
also, we have to say this because you did talk about the Lizzie McGuire movie. Rest in peace, Robert Carradine. That's very sad. He passed away.
Yes.
Lizzie McGuire's dad in the
Her
Lizzie
dad, right?
McGuire movie. Yeah,
He just passed away, didn't he? Like last week.
yeah. Revenge of the Nerds. A couple days ago or last week. Yeah, really sad. Really sad. He had some mental health problems, but yeah, really sad.
R.I.P.
You never know, guys. You never know. So, an acting legend. I mean, Revenge of the Nerds alone. I mean, he was in so many different things, but
Oh yeah.
yeah. Anyway, okay, not to bring down the whole the whole list, but he is worth mentioning. Okay, anyone else on your? I've got two more honorable mentions.
I only have one more that's outside of my list of 10, and it is a honorable mention for the absolute worst movie that I
Okay.
despise the most out of all the movies I've watched. Genre. And it's
You know
actually funny. that you
Hold on.
brought up-
Hold on. I have a feeling this might be on my list. I just have that. feeling.
I
don't know.
hope it's not. I don't
Okay.
think it is, but
Okay.
I hope it's
Okay.
not.
Okay.
And it's actually funny that you brought up Grease because Grease 2, the second Grease movie, is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Not only is it boring, none of the songs, because like there are some unwritten rules. I'm sure they're written somewhere, but there's some unwritten spoken rules, right, when it comes to musicals. And that is that the musicals, one, songs should further the plot or deeper explain somebody in a way that's entertaining. And two, when they are having musical numbers, it is a pause from reality. And everyone in the universe is roped in this song and dance, but they don't ever act as though they were just singing and dancing once it goes back to reality, right?
Oh, wow. They're just like
a
they're
reality
just normal.
break.
They just act normal.
There is a part in Grease 2 where the girl who is supposed to replace Sandy is singing and dancing about how she wants a tough boyfriend who's a rough rider, which is like this movie has the songs like I love a good sex pun, right? Like I appreciate the old days when everything was kind of like a metaphor or a euphemism,
right.
This movie has absolutely no classy, doesn't do that classy, and it's boring songs, but she is singing the song and she's dancing around. And then the main character walks in to screen on the corner and he's not singing or dancing. No one else is singing or dancing. Only the girl is. And he sees her singing and dancing, which means that he broke the fourth wall in the movie of her dancing like a crazy person instead of it being a dance number.
I'm just baffled with why they even, well, money reasons, but why they would make a sequel to begin. I mean,
It's
yeah.
terrible.
Is John Travolta in that one?
No,
No,
the,
is
the
Olivia
only
Newton-John
person.
in it?
No, the
Oh,
only person that carries over is, you remember Frenchie, the one who goes to beauty school and has the pink
vaguely.
hair.
Vaguely. Oh, the woman, the girl?
She makes a few brief cameos, and that's the
Wow.
only actor or actress that got from the original.
Wow. Grease too.
I mean, it's like a form of like ancient Chinese torture, like to watch this movie. It's terrible.
Yeah. Wow, that's saying something. Ancient.
So there you
Chinese
go.
torture.
There's my honorable mention for
Okay.
the absolute worst of these kind of movies.
Okay. All right. So the last two. So this one, because it's an honorable the only reason why this would actually be a really good teen movie, but it's not. It's not another teen movie. It's not another teen movie because it's a parody movie. I don't consider this to be a legitimate movie to be on the list, right?
Okay,
But
what is it?
Not another teen movie.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because they parody, they basically
It
they
is
parody
another teen movie.
It is a ton. Yeah, it is. But that's why it's so funny. It's because the teen movies. I remember there was that time where there were, especially the '90s, there were just a ton of teen movies that just came out one after the other, after the other, and this one made fun of all of them, and it is so funny. I love that movie. I have it on DVD, and they make fun of every single trope in a teen movie, and the whole teen movie genre needed to be knocked down a peg or three. So yeah. Okay, and then my next
got a lot of that stuff. A lot of these movies came out in the 90s or early 2000s.
I know, I'm looking at my list and it's like, oh yeah, yeah, over pretty much half. Yeah, at least over half. I mean, it really was, yeah, especially the 90s. It was just really teen movie after teen movie. And it is kind of stuff we grew up on. And yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, I'm trying to look at my list. My most recent one, I believe, is 2009. 2007 is the so 2007 I think is the latest, the most recent movie that is on my list. So okay, all right, now you know what you're going to, you might hate me for this, but I have a reason why it's only an honorable mention.
I'm prepared to hate you, yes.
Okay, good. It's Forrest Gump. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Oh, no!
No, just kidding. It would not be an honorable mention. It's an honorable mention because I have to give it its flowers, but I can't give it the flowers enough because I do think it's an overrated movie. It's a very classic film for the first half, and then the last half of it is kind of just dips and
okay.
But there are so many. It's called a movie called Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Really?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
So you don't want to say Ferris then, huh?
No, I don't. I could give a crap less for Ferris. You know, because I'm not a big fan of that actor, the lead actor,
Matthew Broderick.
Matthew Broderick. I really don't like him in any.
Why?
Just what is it about him that just bugs me? I don't know what it is, but he's his best in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and the best
he plays
character.
A really good smug kind of guy. Maybe that's
yeah. I think that's what.
Well,
it
like
is.
a passive aggressive kind of smug.
Passive aggressive smug. Yes, that's everything I hate. The passive aggressive smugness. I really don't like that. Thank you for pinpointing that for me. But I will say,
I live in your head part time. So
okay, good. Well, I'm not sure if that is good, but okay. But I will say Ben Stein makes that movie. Bueller. I mean, the movie would not be anywhere near as famous if it wasn't for Ben Stein. That scene alone is so funny.
The principal is really, I forgot his name. He was the one that turned out to be kind of like a creep.
Really, I know. I was just about to say. Now it's got that huge tarnish on that film now because of that actor in all these Tim Burton movies. He's in all those Tim Burton
Yeah,
movies.
I mean, it's kind of like with Kevin Spacey. Is like you kind of have to, or I don't know. At some point, you have to kind of like either you have to
Separate the
decide
art with
that
the artist.
yes, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
a classic. That movie has a lot of classic slapstick humor with his part specifically, with like the dog and like the sister and stuff.
Yeah, and the secretary is a funny character, and again, the his best friend is really good, but yeah, again, it's just not. I don't know. It's
I
just
will say this: there is a kind of a meta thing about this, right? Which is the amount of love that Ferris Bueller gets is insane in the movie, right?
yeah.
Like they literally have like people are like sending him flowers and like raising money and like there's like a balloon.
He's in a
and
parade at the end.
he's
Yeah,
in a, and
I think
it's like,
that's like for me. It was like okay, he's in a parade now.
I think it's kind of like the way that I look at that is kind of like it's like the high school power fantasy, right? Like like there is this theory that somebody wrote on the internet, and it was that in the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter is not actually real. It's just a figment of Ron Weasley's imagination about what
Gesundheit.
he wishes his life would be like in Hogwarts. And like that's it's just kind of nuts, right? But like that's kind of how I see Ferris Bueller is like he's basically Cameron, like the opposite of what Cameron is. Like if Cameron were to project a human into being everything that he wants to be and not anything that he loathes, that would be Ferris Bueller.
I see. Okay, I see.
It's just kind of an interesting
That's
dynamic.
That's an
Maybe it
interesting
makes
way
it a little bit
to look at it. That's an interesting way to look at it for sure.
I don't hate you. I do disagree with you, obviously, because it's on my list. But
yeah, I figured it would be on your list. I had a feeling it would be. It would be top of many people's list. I mean, I know it would be. I mean, but again, I had to give it its flower, not multiple, But
fair enough.
yeah,
hey, you put an honorable mention. It's better than you being like, "Oh, I didn't even think about that movie."
Right? Yeah, I know. Which I guarantee you, though, that will happen with your list. Probably. I'm like, oh man, how come I didn't think of that? But
my list is kind of. I will admit the movies on my list are kind of wild. Like we rewatched. I think we watched 3 of these movies over the past few days. Partially just because they're so. A lot of these are just so funny, but like they're super irreverent. And like as we were watching this, I'm like picturing it, Trevor in my brain in the chat going, time to go to confession.
yeah, confession time. Which, by the way, confession for Trevor, he's not in the chat.
I know.
Confession, big time. Big time.
How am I going to know if I need to go?
Yes.
Or more importantly, how do you know when you have to go?
yeah. Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, I'll tell you another story offline, but that was kind of funny.
Okay. All right, we ready to jump into the list?
Yeah, let's jump in. Okay. You know what? I'll go number 10 first. Okay. My first number 10. And again, especially with this list, it could be a lot higher, it could be lower, it could be, I don't know. It's hard to gauge. But if you're in the top 10, I mean, it's the top 10. Number 10. All right. Dazed and Confused. Dazed and Confused.
It's a classic.
Yeah, it's a classic film. It's the Richard Linklater hangout film, like the hangout film. It's got Ben Affleck in it, one of his early starring roles. And of course, Matthew McConaughey is a classic character. That character of Matthew McConaughey, you knew that guy. The guy that was in college for like 6 years. And then he's still hanging out, trying to go to high school parties and stuff like that.
Well, that's the line, right? He's the one with the line that's the thing I like about high school girls. I keep getting older, and they stay the same age.
Same age. All right.
All right. Oh man, I should have done that. One's not on my list. I was tempted, but I haven't seen it in forever, and I don't feel right about throwing stuff on the list if I don't remember it too well. but that one is a
Yeah.
classic one. That
Yeah.
can't go away from that.
It really is, and they're really like what you said. A really good word, irreverent. It's really there's really no point to the movie at all. Like there's no point to the movie. Like yeah, there's no. But you're hanging out. You're in high school. Things are happening.
You're just
and-
effing around, right?
yeah, and it's a slice of life type movie, so it had to be.
I do appreciate, by the way, that there's quite a few of these movies that would have a hard time being made in today's environment, let's say.
True.
And that is definitely probably one of them.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, for that line alone. But
That one alone would be like, oh man, this don't look good in the light of what's been revealed in the past decade in Hollywood.
Right. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Totally. Okay, so yeah, what is your number 10? Uncanny's number 10.
My number 10 is Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Oh, nice.
Now,
Righteous.
this one I was kind of on the fence because it is a high school movie and it is about the entire movie is about their report they have to give to pass high school, right? So
Yeah.
that they can keep their band together. And I decided to let it slide, right? Even though technically they're like going through ancient history and stuff, right? It's just Keanu Reeves and I forgot the other guy's name.
Alex something.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have great chemistry, like especially when they were younger, and they both played really good, like basically like airheads, right?
Yes.
Like
completely.
I mean, just
but they're lovable. They're not just goofy, dumb idiots where you're like, okay, this is just cartoonishly dumb, right? There are those characters.
Like, you're cheering for them, right? Because
You're cheering
like,
for 'em. Yeah.
and just everything from like the one-liners, right? Like who's Joan of Arc? Noah's wife, dude. like calling Socrates Socrates, right?
So
like
yeah, Socrates. Oh yeah.
Like just, and like the whole thing that they have that. So there's like that actor who used to play Napoleon Bonaparte in a bunch of different TV drama like series and stuff because he looks just like him, right? And you're like,
oh really? Oh yeah.
yeah. And then he like is like basically they leave Napoleon Bonaparte with like his younger brother in modern day San Dimas, and so like they go to like the water park and Napoleon's like cutting in line and
yes.
it is a great movie. Like it's a great buddy adventure movie through time.
Yes.
And
yes.
and the best part is like then you add in the other thing of like the time travel. So technically it's like a sci-fi where
that's true. Yeah, right.
and it has what's his name? The comedian that passed away way back in the day, like 2017. I can't believe my brain is
Bill. Dang it! I know who you're talking about. He's
Yeah,
in the Matrix. Well, he's not in the Matrix. He's
no,
in
he's
the
not in
Matrix.
the Matrix.
He's
But,
in the he's in the parody of the Matrix.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Matrix, the architect. He plays the architect. I know who it is.
That's George Carlin.
George Carlin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He plays the
He
architect.
does not play the architect.
Yeah, he does.
Sure.
In Scary Movie,
No
he plays.
way.
Yes, he
Oh,
does.
in Scary. Okay.
In Scary
yeah, you're
Movie,
right.
he plays the
I
architect.
kept thinking the
Yes. I
actual
told
Matrix.
no, in the parody. In the parody, he plays the
He would
architect.
be great to play the parody of the architect.
Yeah,
That's
no,
for
he's
sure.
hilarious.
But yeah, so it has George Carlin, right? And he's like comes from the future and is like Rufus is kind of like their guide, and he like brings them to the High Council where like everything is 80s soft rock, like soft glam rock, right?
Yes.
Like it's
Yes.
just it's fun. It is like very idealistic in like the sense of like it's just a good romp, right? Like there's no like crazy Game of Thrones style drama. It's just it's like two doofus buddies having a good time going through space and trying to stay together instead of going to military military school.
Yeah, totally. No, it is a very fun movie, and I guess that should have been an honorable mention. But I knew there'd be movies on my list that are on your list that I wouldn't necessarily put that on my list, but it would be an honorable mention at the the very least.
It is a and it is a
It
classic.
is. It is a classic film in general. Yeah, just in general. I mean, if you were talking about classic 90s, did it come out 90s or 90s, right?
90s. Yep.
Yeah. Classic
And
90s.
Keanu Reeves is so young in that too. It's kind of crazy that he's still
Oh yeah, I think he was like
still
18 or
making
19
major
or something.
movies, man.
Yeah, I know he really took off. Alex guy, not so much, but you know, I think he's doing
No.
okay. Did you see the sequel, by the way? That one they
I
did.
did not, and it's just because I can't imagine that movie with two old guys. It's just like it's like what if we had Lord of the Rings during the industrial age, and it's like, well, that'd be so against like the whole
Yeah.
point of the movie is like if there's two adults that act like Bill and Ted, like
Right.
those guys would be like brain dead, right? Like
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, it was pretty forced. I remember it being not as bad as I remember it being, but as I was expecting it to be, I guess is what I should say. But I don't remember much from it, so that doesn't say a whole lot about the movie.
yeah.
Okay, so number 9. Now number 9 again. Potentially, it deserves to be higher on the list. Potentially, and it would be higher on a lot of other people's lists. Probably a lot more girls' list it would be on.
Okay.
But this movie wouldn't exist if there wasn't another movie that's way higher up on the list, and that is Mean Girls. Mean Girls, number 9, classic film. Rachel McAdams, Lindsay Lohan. I mean,
I forgot his name, but there's the black comedian who plays the principal who was in Saturday Night Live.
Oh yeah.
Sam something. What is his name?
I'll get it in a sec. It is Tim Meadows. It's Tim Meadows.
Tim Meadows.
Yeah, you got Tim Meadows. You got Tina Fey, right? And I had the biggest crush on Lacey Chabert, who plays Gretchen, the girl who plays Gretchen, the brunette girl. And then Regina George, of course, played by Rachel McAdams. But I had a big crush on Lindsay Lohan. I mean, as a kid, I had a crush on her since
Lindsay Lohan was always the cute girl. Like that was the girl where you're like, because she had like before she got all strung out on like drugs and stuff, right? She was like how she has that like she's really pretty, but she also is kind of like she's not like a supermodel, so she's kind of like the really cute girl next door kind of.
Yeah, totally, the girl next door type. And Rachel McAdams is kind of more of that. But in the movie, she plays more of, Regina George, the most popular girl in school.
The Mean Girl.
Which, fun fact, she filmed both Mean Girls and The Notebook came out the same year.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Yeah, and she's been
in a bunch of movies though. Rachel McAdams, like she. Had
I just saw one with her in it.
She's actually in another movie that's on my list too that I'll get to.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, number 9, Mean Girls, a lot of fun. It's especially for that era that I grew up in. It was, relevant, I would say. So.
Yeah. You ready?
All right. Yeah, I'm ready for you. You're number 9.
My number 9 is. Are we? I have a question. Do you think that we're good friends, Tremain?
I should hope so.
Okay, because when you become friends with people, you tend to start to kind of share views and opinions and such, right? Because my number 9 is also Mean Girls.
Oh no way! What? Did we just become best friends? I hate that line. I hate that line from that stupid movie. But I had a feeling that would happen. Yeah, that is great.
Mean Girls is, and it would have placed. It's funny because my wife was fighting with me a little bit. Like I write down what I want to do because it's my list, but I consult with her every time, and sometimes she wins me over with her arguments, and she would have placed Mean Girls far higher on the list where I placed some other movies, and it's because, and we acknowledge this, like, well, it's because Mean Girls is objectively a good movie. Regardless if you're a guy or a girl, right? But it has more meaning, I think, on a personal level for women
for
because
girls. Yeah, absolutely.
That was, that's the whole thing. And I don't have to say much more about Mean Girls. You kind of covered it, right? But like, I love all the acting in it. It's very funny, very quirky. It's about a serious subject, but like it's done in a lighthearted way, right?
Hmm.
Um, the two things that did want to mention though. One is I love when the principal, when they're like having like the brawl at the end, right? When the notebook gets unveiled and everybody's reading about their names in like the Mean Girl notebook,
Yeah.
and and the principal goes, "Oh hell no! I didn't escape the South Side for this," and he hits. Oh, that's so funny. It's completely out of left field. Like, and he plays the line so real, right? Like he's like, no, I'm not gonna have, I'm not gonna have riots in my school, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
the other thing that's interesting is, I don't know if they actually came out with this, but a few years ago there was rumors, or maybe it was just kind of leaked, that um, they were gonna make a Lord of the Flies, right? Like the
Oh
classic
no.
novel about like the break. Basically, it's like young male pagan masculinity, right? And what happens
Yeah.
in all young male groups. And they were like, we're gonna make a movie. It's Lord of the Flies, but all girls. And somebody underneath like that in like the comment section basically said, they already made that movie. It's called Mean Girls.
Yes. Yeah,
And
you're
it's
right. You're absolutely right.
absolutely true.
That is so
Like,
true.
that is like the Mean Girls, like in they capture that dynamic great. Because I feel like that was kind of towards the end of where movies were made to be good movies instead of being like propaganda reels, right? And it's because they show like the whole fact that everybody hates being basically socially shamed and tortured by the Mean Girls, but
Yeah.
all the girls are like, they like secretly admire like Regina George and they want to be in the clique.
Right. Yes. It's the popularity that they all want to be her, but then they're all stabbing each other in the back. And
Exactly. And like all it
yeah.
takes is for, all it would take is for all of the girls to basically be like, refuse to deal with them. But because they all desire that, like, that being a part of that clique, they basically are willing to reinforce the reign of terror that Regina George and her minions enact on the school, right? So like it's kind of, I mean, it really is like, if you were to take if Lord of the Flies or something like Fight Club is like the when you exacerbate the worst traits of men, Mean
Yeah.
Girls is like exacerbating the worst traits of like especially teenage girls, but like women.
Yeah.
So,
That's a good point. Yeah.
but it's a smart movie disguised as just a really funny comedy.
Exactly. And when it came out, I was like, "Oh, give me a break." People were like, "You need to see Mean Girls." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, no, I don't want to watch that." But it's a very clever, well written, well acted, funny movie. You gotta give it its flowers. But they made a remake already. You knew that, right? They came out in
Yes, and I
2024
have not seen it.
called Mean Girls again, and it's literally the same exact movie with the same scenes, with the Santa Claus, the sexy Santa dancing scene, everything is the exact same, but they just recast the characters. And then Tina Fey, I think, is still in it, and
Really?
yeah, Tina Fey's still in it. I think Tim Meadows is in it too, if I'm not mistaken. I know. In Lindsay Lohan makes a cameo appearance. John Hamm is in it.
What's
Yeah,
the point?
Tim Meadows is the principal again. I
Why
don't
make the exact same movie? Like,
get
at least the
money.
live actions I understand is like, well, it's with people this time, so it's different, but like it's just the same
It,
movie.
dude, it makes no sense. I know, and it's 20 years, which that sounds like a long time, but that's not to make a remake. 20 years is not remake, right? To
Yeah.
make a remake, it's gotta be 30, 40 years, I think, to do a remake.
Well, I mean, and if you do, it has to be substantially different. Like like when we've talked about the Titanic in the past, right? Like it's been on lists and such. Titanic's not the first version of the Titanic, right? There has
Yeah.
been TV shows and many like movies and they pop up usually about once every couple of decades or so, right? but like the difference is the Titanic was so substantially different. The one made by what's his name, is that it basically made itself different of kind than the previous Titanics.
Yeah, he made it a love story. He made it Romeo and Juliet on the
Yes.
boat. Yes.
And he
Yeah,
also
and
had shots of him going in the submarine, which
which that was cool too. Yeah,
it made
he
it
wanted an
different.
excuse. He wanted an excuse to film the actual Titanic underwater.
And he did not go
And he
down
did.
with a ship that had uses a PlayStation 2 controller.
Excuse me. I feel bad for laughing, but I mean, when I saw that thing when they were doing that, and they're like, "Oh, here's the control," I'm like, "Are you effing kidding me? Are you effing kidding me? There is no way in hell I would ever get in there for a second. Not even for a second.
What, bro?
Not even
It's
not
meant
even
to
be
a
above
Bluetooth.
ground. Not even to be in that tube above ground to play that video game where you can't see anything.
Bro,
What do
it's
you-
meant to be a Bluetooth. You're
That
good.
thing- yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bluetooth connection. That shit doesn't even work in my living room half the time. Let alone,
What could go wrong?
Yeah, what could go wrong?
Listen, I'm just gonna say I'm not a giant fan of government regulation in general. Like sometimes it's needed. I think that was a great lesson in why you should follow safety regulations in terms of deep sea diving.
Yes. Yes. If you're deep sea diving, you better follow the freaking safety regulations. And
Yes.
I mean,
Anyway.
that's arrogancy at its pure finest. Arrogancy,
Yes.
and when you have so much money, but you're also so dumb at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, when you have a bunch of money, arrogance, and you don't have a lot of intelligence. That's what happens.
So it is pure peacocking, right?
Yes.
It's like
yes.
how do I distinguish myself from my other fabulously rich friends? Well, have you been to see the Titanic? Because I
Right.
did.
Yeah, because I did. Yeah, right. Okay, so number 8 on the list. Now, we've been in the 90s so far. We're going to take it a little bit back. We're going to take it right back a little bit more. You did mention this movie briefly in passing, and that is The Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club.
Nice.
I think it's a really good movie, really well effective movie that it's kids in detention from all different walks of life. You got the popular girl, you got the jock, you've got the
guy with the drunk
outcast.
dad.
Yeah, the cut up guy that has the messed up dad, and then you've got the nerdy kid, Brian, who I related to. I related to that character so much, and so I feel like anyone can kind of latch onto. It's a microcosm of high school in one room, and then they all get along and find out that hey, they're actually a lot more alike than they thought they were, right? These stereotypes of high school, especially in high school movies, there's always the extreme stereotypes: the nerd, the jock, the popular girl, the weirdo,
The not so popular girl, aka Molly Ringwald.
Yes, no, Molly Ringwald was popular, but the other girl, yeah, Molly Ringwald was popular, but the other girl wasn't. The girl with the brown hair.
I was
Black hair.
confusing her with her role in 16 Candles, where she was less popular.
Oh yeah, different movie.
Also classic.
Same era, but yeah, different. Yeah,
John Hughes, man, he made Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
yes, I know he made classic films.
He was yeah.
Ferris Bueller is not his best though. I think Breakfast Club is a lot better.
He also made 16 Candles, and he made a couple of other ones that were pretty.
He made classic films.
Yes,
classic
it was like it really was. I didn't really realize it actually until. Sorry.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yes. I didn't realize it until I actually was. I think it was Ready Player 2. I was listening to the audiobook of that years and years ago, and they have a whole 2 chapters or 3 chapters of the book that's centered around John Hughes and his movies. And I was like, I didn't realize it, but I was like, actually, yeah, like John Hughes was he was kind of like the movie director of a generation, right? Like
Absolutely.
And he centered all of his movies. I think that they were filmed in I think Indiana, but they were all supposed to be of Ohio. It was one or the other. He filmed in one, but he was always like, this movie is like based in like this. So he was like not only like the movie director of like a generation, right, with all these classic teen movies, but all in comedies, but also it was filming them in like the Midwest, like with like the heartland of America before it became the Rust Belt. So it was
Yes.
like a big thing.
Sorry, my cat wanted
Hi,
to say hi.
kitty.
Hey, kitty. Hello,
You
catty.
know,
Kitty.
he's
Hello.
uncatty.
Yes.
She's uncatty.
Moo say hi.
Hi, Moo Moo.
Hi,
Meow.
Moo. So yeah, just to name a few movies, he was a prolific writer. He would write a movie in a week, like these crazy timelines. He would just bust out a movie. But he did real quick. Shoot, where did it go? Yeah, 16 Candles, Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Uncle Buck, Pretty in Pink, Weird Science, Home Alone, National Lampoon's Christmas
Yep.
Vacation,
Oh,
and
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, so he wrote these movies. The Great Outdoors. I haven't seen that one, but that's John Candy, Dan Aykroyd. So I mean, Flubber. I think did he write Flubber? I don't know, but he. Yeah, I think he was one of the writers of Flubber. But so yeah, I mean, very prolific.
Talk about like talk. I didn't even think about when I was making this list. Weird Science, which is also like a solid classic teen comedy movie.
Totally. Oh yeah. I mean, that could be up there, but again, I think maybe because it was,
I think it's more
like, yeah, our movies are probably more 90s movies where other people that are in their 40s, 50s are probably going to be more 80s movies.
Yeah, the Gen X.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But yeah, okay. So what is your number 8? Uncanny's number 8.
My number 8 is gonna bump up to, I think this was either late 90s, early 2000s. I think early 2000s, and it is Rob Schneider's The Hot Chick. It is like the ice cream sundae of movies, right? Like it is
Ice cream sundae.
It is what I mean. It's okay. It's the junk food of movies, right? It's dumb. Rob Schneider
The
plays
milk dud. Okay, it's milk duds of
no. It's once again. I believe it's got Rachel McAdams in it, right? It's got Rob Schneider. It is.
I have to blow my nose. I'm listening though. I'm just gonna take myself off.
It is full of full of dumb fun, ridiculous stuff. It really, and it is over the top, but like it is just like the whole subplot of like, because Rob Schneider, like the girl switches bodies with Rob Schneider, right? And
Yes.
like so she's like basically like a hot young woman, and but with the mind of a guy, right? So she's like using her body, like he's using her body to like make money, and like
Right.
she like the boyfriend finds her at one point, and she's like, hey, give me the keys to your car. And he's like, okay. And then she drives up, and he's like, I love you, right? It's just and I don't know, I just think it's really funny, the whole side plot of like the Blasian girl who's like mom is Asian, but like is wearing like all of like the like American black clothing, and like has like the hydraulics on the car, and I don't know, it's just the whole thing is just, it's completely wacky, but it is really fun. So
like, I've tried watching that movie. I just can't. I don't know. And
is it the Rob Schneider's too over the top for you?
I think we've talked about this where Rob Schneider's really funny, but not as a leading man. Right. It's like or maybe no, I was talking to this with my other with another friend of mine, but he's funny, but just not as a leading man. I mean, Deuce Bigalow is a really funny concept, but I've tried watching that movie too, and he just can't carry the movie for me. He's just not a good leading man. He's hilarious as any Adam Sandler side character, funny character, goofy character. He's hilarious. I do think he's a really funny guy, and of course it's a non-PC movie. But yeah, I mean, and then also
That's okay.
to be top 10 high school movies of all time, the hot chick. I mean, this is like, it's like the same. This is the same humor as like White Girls or White Chicks. What is it? White
Well, I was gonna
Chicks.
say White Chick. Yeah,
White
dude.
Chicks. Yeah,
Well,
White Chicks.
White Chicks is funny too, except it's not high school, so I didn't.
See, again, the same humor, which I don't think is funny. I mean, it's just I don't know. It was
That's okay.
yeah.
It's
I guess it's a
listen.
different. It's a special kind of humor. I think takes
It,
special.
listen, man.
Special
When
emphasis
you
on
say
special.
special, you're saying like short bus, right? Um,
No, I didn't say that.
listen, I understand. No, it's okay. It's I mean, like I said, it's dumb, but it is kind of enduring, and I didn't
Okay.
really like it for a long time. Then I watched it a few times with my wife in the past few years, and I've kind of like grown to appreciate it. I also didn't really watch White Chicks much before I started dating my wife, and I've turned my mind on that one as well.
Okay.
I think it's just like I think that the entirety of the humor comes from the like laughing at the kind of dumb taboo breaking of like like it really does boil down to Rob Schneider's a woman.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And South Park described it like, oh, watch it
Rob
next time. Is
Schneider's a
Rob Schneider
carrot.
is a carrot? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it is, dude. And I just look. It's funny. It would be funny for a 5-minute SNL sketch, but 90-minute.
I mean, that's
90
basically
minute.
what that grew out of, right? Was like
Yeah,
that.
a 90-minute movie. I mean, oh man. I mean, hey, but look, hey, we each to each their own. I'm sure I might have movies on here that you don't like. I don't know. Who knows, right? So to each their own. Some people who, if you guys like Hot Chick and you think it's one of the top 10 best high school movies ever of all time, and you guys agree with Uncanny, let me know. Let me know.
Oh, you're just wait until you hear my number 2. You're gonna love that.
Oh boy. Oh, please don't tell me it's Walk Hard, the Dewey.
Walk
Cox.
hard. He was not
Oh,
in high school in that movie, so unfortunately, I couldn't have it. I
so
watched it
bad.
after, by the way, after you talked about how much you disliked it. I watched it again because it's always on the TV, and
Uh-huh.
I was reaffirmed that you and I share many, many similar viewpoints, but we definitely don't share viewpoints on Walk Hard because I still like it.
No. Yeah. I mean, I could watch that movie and not laugh once.
That's insanity to me, but that's
Yeah.
okay.
This would be me watching Walk Hard. Stupid. All right. Anyway. Okay. All right. Okay. So all right, right number 7. Now, 7 and 6 are kind of kind of similar movies, but a little bit different. They came out right around the same time, like a year after each other, and that's 1998's Can't Hardly Wait, the graduation party chaos. Have you seen Can't Hardly Wait?
I have not.
Oh, it is classic. Jennifer Love Hewitt, Ethan Embry, Seth Rogen.
Now I'm getting your text joke, by the way, when I said I can hardly wait, and then you texted back,
Yes.
I can't
Yes.
hardly. Okay, it's
Okay.
all coming
I
together.
had a feeling you didn't get that one. Okay. And I'm like, oh, maybe he hasn't seen it. But yeah, this is, it's the graduation party. It's all about, it's all about tonight's party. They're just graduating and it's the last party of high school before they go off. They all go off to college, and it is very similar. You've got the hot girl, the guy, the nerd who's trying to get with the girl, and there's of course sorry, Seth Green, not Seth Rogen. Seth Green.
I was
Sorry,
gonna say
Seth
yeah.
Green on the far left. Seth Green is really funny in it. And then there's the girl, the nerdy chick who's the best friend of the girls, and there's all the high school tropes. I mean, and again, a lot of these they parody this so well in Not Another Teen Movie. I Can't Hardly Wait and my number 6 are probably one of the 2 most parodied movies from that parody movie. So anyway, so Can't Hardly Wait. It's definitely it is so 90s, so late 90s, and it brings back a lot of nostalgia for me. But yeah, classic teenage drama film. Oh, comedy film. All right,
Nice.
your number 7. Your number 7.
My number 7 is Back to the Future.
Oh, damn. Okay. Okay.
Is it higher on your list, I'm guessing?
No, I didn't even think about that. As I
You
didn't even
didn't
think
think
of
about
it.
Back to
I
the
did not
Future?
think about back because I'm not thinking. Again, I'm not thinking about the time travel thing. Like that's why the faculty. I was more of thinking like, okay, that's more of a Twilight Zone episode. It's not really a high
See,
school.
and here's the
But
thing.
I can see this. The thing, if this
Yeah.
would be on my list had I thought about it really. But I guess I see more of.
get
I guess I see Back to the Future as more of a. Well, it could be. It is definitely a high. I mean, it definitely qualifies. I mean,
Oh
I'll
yeah.
give it that.
No, it's true. It's one of those because like at first I didn't really think about it either, but I when I did kind of think it over a bit, I'm like, well, not only is he in high school dealing with some high school drama at the beginning, right, with like his bully and stuff, but then when he does go back to the future,
Yes.
when he goes to the past, right, and like he sees his dad and his mom, and like then his mom falls in love with him instead of his dad. It's like
Yeah.
and like the classic line of like maybe you kids just weren't ready for that yet, right? It's like when after he
Yes.
plays like the rock song and it because it really is like it's hilarious to see. It's such a good movie, not just because it's well produced, but and well acted, but it's fun to see that contrast between like it's not like an adult going back in time to like their childhood. It's a teenager going back in time to deal with other teenagers in a very different era. And like
Yeah.
I just
yeah, and then the different. And he's like, oh man, this is heavy. He's like, heavy. He was like, what does weight have to do with it? Weight has nothing to do with it, Marty. Like, oh man,
well, and
that's
that's
heavy. He's like that word again. Why are you
and
say?
and
Why is
if
everything?
you-
Or he's like, why is everything? He's like, why is everything? Why is everything heavy in the future? Is there something with the Earth's gravitational pull? It's like,
well, and it's even better. Like that's a great point. Where like the professor, right? Like their chemistry between the two of them, like Marty and the professor, because there is something else that puts this on this list, which is it is the inspiration behind the show Rick and Morty, which became huge, right? And it is like, I mean, that's it kind of like unintentionally, obviously, because this is made way before Rick and Morty, but it spawned like this whole other cultural phenomena off of the inspiration of it, which is like that's pretty impressive, right? For like a movie to be able to do something like
well,
that.
and not just Rick and Morty. Which again, I never got into. I watched a couple episodes. It's okay, but the whole time, I'm like, okay, this is just a straight rip off of Back to the Future. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't really see. It's the same thing as Family Guy, where I'm like, oh, Family Guy. Oh, it's a straight rip off of Simpsons wannabe, but not as right. I guess
It's like the cynical version of the original.
right. Yeah. So but again, I mean, Back to the Future inspired so many different other genres and movies and
It was a classic.
filmmakers and yeah, actors and I mean, complete classic film. Yeah, two, and even 3 is in the category. A little bit less so than 1 and 2, but
And I'm still waiting for my hoverboard. And I don't mean like the lame version with wheels. I mean like the actual hoverboard that Marty gets in the second movie. I'm just saying, where is it? We're already past the time of the second movie.
Fun fact, my brother back in the day wrote to the studios saying, "Hey, I really love the hoverboards when it came out." And they wrote him back, and they gave him this whole pamphlet about how they did it, the behind the scenes with all the hoverboard, and they gave him
nice.
all these materials. Yeah, which is really cool. Like they wrote it back, and they sent all this materials about it. So that was really cool.
The fact they didn't just throw his letter into the furnace.
Right. Yeah. Like the Dear
like
Santa.
many studios would.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, which is really cool thinking about. But anyway, so so I guess I'm looking at my list now, and every single one of the movies that's on my list, it's all takes place in the real world or whatever present day that is. So I guess I was thinking more of just high school movies set in high school, aside from one character who wants to time travel, but that'll make a lot more sense when we get to it.
Okay.
But it's still that movie is still it's a very relevant high school in that era movie. So I guess I was thinking more for my list, because I guess another thing would be, because there are a lot of sci-fi high school or
Yeah.
horror
Well, like
high school
super-
horror films, like
superhero
we could like
I didn't
like,
know where to place something like Spider-Man, like the more recent Spider-Man movies, where like technically he is going through high school stuff, but he's
right,
also
yeah,
here
exactly.
for-
So I guess we could have defined that more of just high school reality, real high school comedy in whatever era it is.
I'll be interested to see how you place my next few, because they do
Okay.
place in the real world, but they're so beyond absurd that it's like beyond any realism possible. So
Okay.
we'll see.
Okay. All right. So my number 6 movie is a movie that is the main. It's the main. It's the main movie that they parody in Not Another Teen Movie, and that's She's All That. Have you seen She's All That? The Freddie Prinze Jr., Rachel Lee Cook.
Let me.
No, here, I'll bring it up right
That
here. I'll bring it
sounds
up.
familiar.
So you saw Not Another Teen Movie, right?
No, I haven't.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So you have so the whole thing. So this is it right here. So it's Freddie Prinze Jr., right? Freddie Prinze Jr., Rachel Lee Cook. The whole thing is like she's this nerdy dork, and the popular guy in school thinks that he can make her over and turn her into a cute girl, and
So
you
it's
know,
Pretty Woman. She's just not a prostitute.
essentially, I guess, essentially. But the whole thing is though, and the whole thing is that they make fun of it. Not Another Teen Movie is she's already attractive, but she's just wearing her hair up in like a ponytail, and then she's wearing glasses. And then like the whole makeover is like in the movie, they're like, oh, there's a girl who goes to do her makeover, and she goes like, she's doing this. You see her like trying to make her over, and then at the end of the day, she just pulls off her hair tie and then takes off her glasses, and then she's like this stunningly gorgeous girl. So it's like,
the makeover montage.
Yeah, exactly. They parody that because that's exactly what it is in this movie. It's like, oh, there's this makeover movie, and let's read the synopsis of it. Go away.
Freddie Prinze Jr. That's crazy. I know. I remember him best from the Scooby-Doo movies, but he was kind of big for a little bit, and then he kind of disappeared. It seemed like.
Well, yeah, he was huge. He was the teenage heartthrob, the teen girl heartthrob. Premise. Let me see here. And okay, yeah, popular high school jock Zach Seiler, Freddie Prinze Jr., bets he can transform nerdy outcast Lainey Boggs, Rachel Lee Cook, into prom queen in 6 weeks after his girlfriend dumps him. Right, so it's completely so she becomes his class project. Right, his girlfriend dumps him, and he's gonna be prom king, and he wants her to be prom queen. But the thing is, she's already cute. She just has glasses on, and she's but it's so ridiculous when you watch it now, right? Because when you're watching, you're like, oh yeah, or people are like, oh, that's chauvinistic. He's trying to make over this girl, right? And
don't you know the glasses make you ugly, Tremain?
Right? Yeah, I do know that. That's why
Look,
I don't wear.
Check it out. Are you ready for this? I'm beautiful.
Oh my gosh! Yes, look at that. And then look at this.
Oh, you're
I'm
the
ugly.
one.
I'm hideous. I'm hideous. But see, look at her in this. This is what she looked like on the left. She was still cute, and it was just like she just had her hair back, and she's an artist. And dude, you have to watch. Okay, you have to watch She's All That, and then you have to watch Not Another Teen Movie, because it's so funny. They parody it so well. And it's those movies. We've all seen those movies where they make a bet, right? Or like How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. I bet this girl's going to dump me in 10 days. And she makes the same bet. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. And then they find out like 3/4 of the way through, and then that's the drama. But then actually we fell in love So it's
Right.
all good.
Well,
And
no, they're
then,
falling in love, and then she finds out. And it's like,
yes,
wait, I
yes.
was just a class project to you, And
But then they make up in the end because they're both hot now.
exactly, exactly, yeah, yeah.
Too funny, man.
Anyway, yeah, it's a good one. It's a
Okay.
classic.
All right. My number 6 is a little bit older as well. I think it was made in the early 90s. But it's about the 80s. And it is probably the most irreverent movie in this list, probably. And it's
Wow.
Detroit Rock City.
Oh, I have not seen that.
That movie, that's the movie that Trevor would be telling me I need to go to confession for one.
Really? Just
Yes. It is like, those movies where like the rom-coms where like the girl goes to Rome or goes to like Paris, and they meet and they get swept off their feet by like multiple beautiful men, like an American that like is there, and like a French guy who's like loves her, and it's basically like the female power fantasy, right? Of like, well, Detroit Rock City is the teenage male equivalent. So
okay.
they go, their whole thing is that these four basically burnouts in high school want to go see Kiss live in Detroit. That is the
Okay.
whole movie.
That's the whole point. Oh,
that's
I
the
love
point
it.
of it.
You know what's so funny? I saw this poster. I remember looking at this poster, and I'm like, I have no idea what this is about.
It
And I just never looked at it because I was like, because I can't get over this cartoon. But I'm like, is this a cartoon? Detroit Rock City? That makes no sense. I mean,
trust me, I understand.
I
'cause
thought it was motor. I
understand.
thought Detroit was the Motor City. I don't
It's,
know.
well, see, the whole thing is, and I didn't ever saw this before. My wife introduced me to it because she if it wasn't for her, I'd have even more gaps in my movie knowledge than I do now. So, kudos to her. Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to the wife.
That movie is just so like these guys are like, they have their own little band that's like a garage band that's based off of them wanting to be Kiss. And like they like get these, they have all these foibles trying to get these Kiss tickets, and then like they're basically running, they split apart when they get to Detroit because of some stuff that happens. And each of them
Don't spoil the end. Don't spoil the end.
I won't.
Yeah,
But
okay.
each one of them goes about a different strategy to get a Kiss ticket, right? So like
Okay.
one of them is like, I'm gonna go scalp a ticket, and then like the ticket scalper is like, well, you ain't got enough money, but you can go. I'm not even kidding. This
Are
is
you-
the plot. You can go strip in that male strip club, and if you win, you make enough money to buy the ticket.
No way.
So he goes there and he literally says the line, and I'm not kidding you. He says, "Go shake your wee wee, kid."
Oh man. Oh my
It is
gosh.
so ridiculous. One of them tries to sneak in, and then he gets chased by the security guards. Another guy.
I like this. I like
It's
this.
you need to watch. It is really.
Yeah, I'll have
funny.
to watch this. I'll definitely watch this.
One of them says, "I'm gonna go find some little kids and threaten to beat them up for their Kiss tickets." And like, and it's just like it's and like the other guy, like he gets found out by, so the main antagonist of the movie, I would say, if there is one, it is this one boy's mom who is like, thinks that, so she's like an old cat, like a middle-aged Catholic mom. And this is what I mean by it's kind of a reverend, maybe, I don't know, confession worthy. But she's like, like how there's some older Catholics that like believe everything is just like Satan.
Yes.
Right?
Okay, yes, I do know that. Yeah, like Harry
like
Potter.
Dungeons and
or-
Dragons is
Yeah.
Satan, and rock and
Yes.
roll. So like so there's this thing, and I guess some moms back in the 80s thought that KISS stood for Knights in Satan's Service, right? Like, so like it was like, they're gonna corrupt the youth and being Satans while they want to rock and roll all night.
Oh yeah.
Like, this is not even that hardcore, man. Like I guess
No, it's not. It's like you could hear Kiss in like a kids movie, and
dude, it's like glam rock, right? Like
it's glam rock. Exactly. It's like Bon Jovi, or
yes.
it's rock
Exactly.
and roll, but it's not.
But like this mom is like, she's like, you're worshiping the devil, and it's just so it's just so over the top. But it is really fun and it is enduring. Like they do all kind like at one point they get in like a fight with these like Italian Guido disco guys like on the freeway. Like it's a
Okay,
whole.
okay.
It is really
I'll
fun.
check it out. I'll check it out.
Yes.
I'll definitely check this out.
So yeah,
it's a
so
good-
that's my number 6, Detroit Rock City.
Okay. All right. Good. Nice. Okay, so we're getting to the top half, the top echelon of the list, and this is the top 5. This might be some people's top 1. I mean, this would be we're getting at pretty much any one of these could be someone's top 1.
This was when it got hard for me.
Yeah, this gets hard, but this is the one movie that inspired this list in general. And the only reason why it isn't a little bit higher because I rate them the ones that were a little bit more relevant to me a bit higher, but this one and this one I actually watched later in life, so it didn't have as much of a high school effect on me. Anyway, it is a movie called Clueless. Clueless, Alicia Silverstone, Paul Rudd. It's the epitome of Beverly Hills high school rich girl, and of course there's a makeover. She's got a makeover subject as well because she's clueless and has to make the uncool girl a popular girl, and yeah, it's a classic 90s film.
I don't think I've seen Clueless.
Oh, well, you don't. You would know if you saw Clueless.
No,
I
haven't.
I had a feeling there was no because I got nothing when I said Clueless. I got nothing from you.
But I will say this: my wife is not nearby listening as she always does. And when you said Clueless, she laughed to herself. So I don't exactly know what that means, but I got some reaction from the better half, I guess.
Well, it's a great movie, and it is so fun. And it is.
She agrees that it's a great movie.
Okay,
She's nodding her head as she said that.
Oh yeah, it's a classic film, and you're kind of just hanging out with rich kids in Beverly Hills for an hour and a half, and their biggest problem is, you don't want to go to the Valley because it's
lame.
Poor people live in the Valley, or she doesn't say that, but it's like, only the potheads live in the Valley. You don't want to be smoking pot, do you? And it's kind of funny, and she's all about her health, and yeah, I don't know. It's
the classic SoCal rich.
Yeah, SoCal thing. Rich girl, dad.
So basically, it's like White Chicks minus the two main characters.
Yeah, White Chicks is obviously inspired by this movie, right? This is like the epitome of. It is one of those movies where you grew up, you just wanted to see what rich kids in a Beverly Hills high school would be like. Right? Like, oh, what is that like? And I'm sure it's exactly like this. It's exactly like Clueless. But Alicia Silverstone was amazing in it. I mean, she's really funny. She's likable, though, too. She's not just a stuck-up, spoiled brat. She is likable. She's got layers. So, yeah. So Clueless, number 5. I mean, what's up?
Like a parfait?
Yes, like a parfait. Exactly. Like an onion.
Sorry, I can't help it. Whenever I hear layers, I always think of that scene in Shrek.
What? Oh, in the scene in Shrek? Oh, that's
where he's like, onion, like ogres are complicated and have layers like onions. And then Eddie Murphy's like, what about parfait? Everybody loves a parfait.
Yeah. That's right.
Onions. Out as a teenage movie.
Like onions. Okay, well, let me just read this. Amy Heckerling's Clueless remains the ultimate 90s teen comedy. Sharp, stylish, and endlessly quotable. Follow Cher, Dion, and the gang through Beverly Hills hallways and malls as they navigate friendship, fashion, and, of course, the quest to find the perfect date. Shallow, rich, and socially successful Cher is at the top of her Beverly Hills high school pecking scale. Seeing herself as a matchmaker, Cher first coaxes two teachers into dating each other. Emboldened by her success, she decides to give hopelessly klutzy new student Ty a makeover. Ty is played by Brittany Murphy, by the way. Oh. When Ty becomes more popular than she is, Cher realizes that her disapproving ex-stepbrother was right about how misguided she was and falls for him.
Classic pre Mean Girls situation.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what I said before. Mean Girls would not exist if it was not for Clueless. A lot of the future movies that came out after Clueless would not exist without Clueless. The Clueless came out in 1995. So,
Solid 90s, right down the middle.
yeah, right down the middle. Right down the middle. All right.
Okay. So, my number 5 is my number 5 is 21 Jump Street, and I don't mean the old TV show. I mean the movie with Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And this counts as is a high school movie, even according to a little bit more of like your thoughts.
Even though they
right?
both like 25 or 30 trying to be
Like they literally make the joke like
neither one of them look like they're in high school. Jonah Hill was Jonah Hill was out of high school when he was in Superbad.
Well,
and
there
he was still
there was a quote, like there's quotes where like the coach, it says like to Channing Tatum, like, look at your muscle mass, young man. What'd you go through puberty at 7? And like somebody comments about how Jonah Hill he has like crow's feet. Like it's just like that makes it even funnier, right? Is because it's like they're so obviously not teenagers, like in any way.
Well, and I think that is why it works too, because it leans into that. And it knows what it is. It knows that neither one of them, especially Channing Tatum, who's like
he's like 6'4". He is like he
really
has
ripped.
like possible thickness of like his muscle. Neither of them look young. Like neither of them have faces. Like it's and like the entire time everyone's like, "What are you guys, cops?" And they go, "No,
yeah, no.
Dude, it's just so funny. James Franco's little brother, whose first name I always forget, is in it, and and like the whole like Ice Cube is in it. He's the angry police chief. Like I just love like even his introduction when he's all, "Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Stereotypes. I'm the angry black police chief. Well, guess what? I am a police chief. I am black. And sometimes, yeah, I get angry." Like, I don't know. It's just Ice Cube does a great job. Like, it's just the whole movie is so funny. And it's funny because it really is two obvious, like late 20s, early 30s adults trying to awkwardly fit into like high school, and like, but everyone just like magically doesn't know that they shouldn't be there. So like the whole thing when they walk on the campus, right? Like it's their first day. They walk on the campus, and he's and Jonah Hill's like, he's like, "You told me to one strap it," with like his backpack, right? Where you just put one strap on.
Oh yeah, the one strap.
Like, like everyone's two strapping. I'm aborting. I'm doing two strap. And like what was it? He gets into like Channing Tatum's going with like Channing Tatum like pictures their like high school, like the 90s high school movies are like, right? So like he teases like the black kid, and then like the black kid he's gay, and he's like, "Well, you weren't gay when I punched you." He's like, "I was gay before you punched me." And like and Channing Tatum's like thinking about it's like he's playing a role in a 90s high school movie where you could casually pick fights and nothing happens. Right. And then he immediately gets sent to the principal's office. And like even the principal's like, and you see this in some of the older like for teenager movies, right? It's like you'll have the new kid in school, and like Mean Girls, this happens too, right? But it's always like they don't start with the new year, they start in like February. And it's like
right. Or what was that other one where who was that one with, or Never Been Kissed with Drew Barrymore? She comes back into high school and isn't she undercover in that one? It's kind of similar.
And it's right. It's similar. It's like Drew Barrymore's obviously not a teenager, but like they play it like it's supposed to. But I love this movie because 21 Jump Street is in many ways the same as Not Another Teenage Movie.
Not another teen
movie.
Yeah.
Because it's basically just a spoof that is taken slightly more serious than like the official spoof movies. So
right. It's still silly. It's over the top. Okay. All right. That's a fun.
And if you haven't seen that one in a while, I would watch it again. It is hilarious and it holds up very well.
Yeah, no, I do want to watch it again. And even 22 Jump Street, which I was like, Oh, they're making a 22. Come on, like really?
I actually think that 22 Jump Street in some ways is better than 21 Jump Street.
Yeah. No, I know. And well, it's for this one reason. Don't spoil it yet. I'm just going to hold on. I'm just going to do this real quick. We'll just watch this part. We'll just watch this part. I think you know.
I love
you know
the
where this is
scene,
going.
man.
Can you hear it? Oh shoot.
No, I can't.
Jeff.
Okay. My name's Jeff. It's so stupid. Hold on.
My name is Jeff.
Hey, my partner, you want to see the product?
So stupid.
When he
You
talking.
want to see the product?
My name is Jeff.
So stupid.
I just
That's one of those things where I'm like, that's so stupid, but it's so funny. And then the guy looks like Wolverine for whatever reason.
and he
It's
says like, so, hey, Sleepy, they say you look like the Mexican Wolverine. And then like I just love how like it once again it is so impossible. Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum do not look Mexican. In any way.
not in any way, shape, or form. No.
But they're like, we have this great idea. We're gonna play Mexican drug cartel people, and then like they open up the crate and there's the octopus inside, and Jonah Hill immediately breaks character and starts shouting, "You inked in my mouth!" Dude,
Yeah, that's funny.
and I love that movie too because it is. I couldn't put it on the list because it's a college movie, right? Because they go to college.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
That's
makes
why.
sense. That makes sense. That makes
But
sense.
I love it because if 21 Jump Street is a spoof of the original series and kind of like teenage movies, right?
Yeah.
22 Jump Street is a movie that literally just makes fun of 21 Jump Street as the main thrust of the movie. And they do it so well.
That's funny. Hey, I like those self-aware comedies where it's not like they're trying too hard. They're not, they know what they are, and they give you what you want, and they have fun with it. Right?
Yes.
That's like, what else can you ask for with a movie?
And Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill, they have some of the best, like I would say some of the best modern like comedic chemistry since like Chris Farley and David Spade.
Wow, that's a statement.
It is. But they play it so well together, and they're both really funny, and they both know what makes them funny, and they can therefore play off each other very well. So
yeah. Okay, so the next one. Now we're going to top four category.
Yes.
Now this movie, if you haven't seen this movie, I hope you've seen this movie. I mean, this is probably the quintessential R-rated teen high school movie that has been parodied, and they've made several sequels.
Is it High School Musical?
No, God, no, God, no. I said R-rated. Hello, do you listen for a word as R-rated? Is High School Musical R-rated?
My wife kept saying the entire time I was writing the list, she kept saying, "Where's High School Musical? Why aren't you on High
that
School
does not
Musical?"
count. The High School Musical does not count. It does not count. We're talking about, yeah. And again, like these are like more real. This is more real slice of life. Even though there's ridiculous parts that happen, this is more real slice of life. At least that's what my list is. It's not stupid, Disney, silly Disney teen movies. But okay, all right. It's a movie.
American Pie. Classic.
American Pie, of course. Please tell me you've seen American Pie.
Oh yeah. It's been forever, but it's even like the band camp, like like that's people making that. I mean,
oh my gosh, so many quotable lines in this movie. Probably one of the most classic opening scenes of all time. I mean, and just really raunchy, rated R.
I mean,
like my band. I'm watching this, and my band, my favorite band in high school, Blink-182, makes a cameo in American Pie, and their music is featured in. Yeah, at the beginning, when he leaves his web camera on and everyone starts watching what he's watching. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. We'll
I was gonna say,
PG-13. So yeah, and everyone tunes in, and he embarrasses himself in front of everyone and the internet. So it's like the internet age just coming in 1999. You've got awkward high school kids trying to lose their virginity in the worst ways, and it yeah, coming of age, a lot of really funny characters. You got Sean William Scott, you've got Tara Reid. I mean,
Allison Hannigan was pretty
Allison,
good at that time.
Allison Hannigan, the redhead, Maina Suvari, the other cute blonde in there. I mean, Shannon Doherty, who was dropped dead gorgeous. I mean, it is a classic film. I mean, this could potentially be number one, but only because I couldn't relate to it as much as the top few ones. But the top three, well, okay, never mind. The 2 out of 3 of those I can relate to a lot of my top 3 list, but this one is still a classic film, hilarious film. It holds up in a really well, but it doesn't age well in a way that the comedy this would not come out today. I mean,
no, are you getting like a character like Stifler? No, like
right, and yeah, but and all these guys and Kevin Kline. The guy's like, oh man, he's trying to, he joins the choir in order because he likes the girl that's in the choir, and they're like, do you believe in magic? Ooh, and then like at the end, he's like, Scooby Dooby Doo Wop, Scooby Dooby Dooby Doo Wop, it's magic.
This really was like a not to sound too highbrow, but like a zeitgeist like forming movie. Like this was kind of the first movie that kicked off a whole series of types of movie, right? Like, I mean, I would even say something like, and I know it's a little bit farther away, but even stuff like Harold and Kumar,
totally, 100%. Which part of the cast from was in Harold and Kumar that was in this? These at least this guy in the back.
This is a classic. This is like a classic in the same for the 90s in the same way that Grease was for like the 80s or late 70s.
Yeah, that's true. I guess this is our Grease, which is I don't know what that says about us.
I don't know exactly what that says about our generation.
But it was like you said, the zeitgeist, and it was a tipping point where, wait a second, some of these teen movies could be R-rated, right? They could be R-rated.
It's not all just Degrassi, right?
Right. Yeah, like because they had college R-rated movies for the longest time, Animal House and all those types
Revenge
of
of the
movies.
Nerds and stuff like that.
Yeah, Revenge of the Nerds. But now it's like, oh wait, high school could be R-rated as well and raunchy. But it's a funny film, and it holds up. I watched, and I think there's 4 of them now. And there's spin-offs. They made a ton of spin-offs, which those don't exactly count. But even the second one is really good when they're in college. The third one, then there's American Wedding, which is really funny as well. And I didn't like it when that came out because I couldn't relate to it. But then years later, when I've been to a bunch of weddings and a lot of my friends are married, now all of a sudden I could relate to it. And then there's American Reunion, and that actually was okay too. So I mean, they had, but then they have all these offshoots like Band Camp itself, and then, they've got these.
Well, you got to make your money, right?
Beta House, American Pie presents The Naked Mile. They've got all these. It became kind of what's that? National Lampoons. It became kind of a National Lampoon brand, but the main core actors that were in it, it's still really good. And actually, if you look at these ratings, well, not Bandcamp, but if you look at these other ones, American Pie 2, 6.5 out of 10, which is really solid on IMDb. If you're in 7 or 8, it's super solid. American Wedding, 6.3, American Reunion, 6.7. So they're
all pretty consistent. They're all kind of in the same. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and you know what? And they did it justice, right? They really did it justice. And American Reunion. Fun fact, I snuck into the American Reunion premiere after party
Really?
back in the day. Yes, and I got a picture with Eugene Levy and
Nice.
you know, the guy with the big bushy eyebrows. You know Eugene Levy, right?
Yeah.
The dad.
Yep.
And Tara Reid. Yeah. So anyway,
I was gonna ask if you got a picture with Stifler, but
he was not there, or I didn't see him there, but Eugene Levy was there. And and Kumar or Harold from Harold and Kumar. I got a picture with John Cho.
really,
Yeah, that was
Nice.
great. So, so yeah, excuse me. Anyway, so yeah, American Pie, number 4 on my list.
nice. All right, my number 4 is actually another Jonah Hill movie. It is Superbad with Jonah Hill and Michael Cera.
Yes.
It is basically the more modern equivalent of American Pie. The entire plot is that Jonah Hill is trying to sleep with Emma Stone. That's literally the
Yeah.
whole plot of the entire movie, is that like they go on these crazy antics, like,
Well, they
you
want to
know,
buy alcohol first. They want to go to the party, right?
that's
Yeah,
just one of the
Yeah.
final stops on the getting to sleep with Emma Stone.
right.
And it is one of those movies where it really wasn't made that long ago. I mean, I'm old now, I guess, so like it doesn't.
But it
seem
was
like that long.
2007. 2007,
That's
and
crazy. That's almost
Isn't it
20 years ago, man.
almost 27. Yeah. So
And the funny part is one of the main writers on that was actually Seth Rogen.
yes.
And that was kind of back when he was still funny.
So Seth Rogen would have starred in this movie, but he was way too old by the time it came out. But he
Yes.
wrote this in high school. He wrote this with his
Really?
friends. Yeah, he wrote this in high school. So I'll just put the cat out of the bag. This is my number 3, so we can talk about this
Okay.
right now.
Perfect.
So let's about it's my number. The only reason why I put Superbad above American Pie is because I feel like it took what American Pie did and it made it even better.
Like perfected it, man. Like,
yes, yeah,
everything, right? It's like, and it's actually so this is one of the movies that we rewatched this week, right? Because it's been a couple years since I've seen it, and I want to watch. It's always on the TV, but I always catch it at like the halfway mark, right? It's like, why? What's the point of watching it, right?
yeah.
It is amazing, and I connect a little bit with this because like my friends were not quite as rotten as like
Same.
Jonah Hill, right?
Right.
But I was a part of, all my friends were basically like the rejects. Like we were kind of like the dorky, kind of nerdy, lame kids that like,
You know, you weren't the jocks. You guys weren't the jocks.
I know it's
I'm sorry.
crazy.
No, I'm
right?
sorry. I'm
No, but it's
sorry.
you know,
No, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I wasn't a jock. I wasn't
Yeah.
a cool guy.
Bro, of course not. You were making films. Like I was a theater kid. What do you think that you and I got this conversation?
yeah, exactly. I was
But-
definitely the Michael Cera out of those 3. I would be a very awkward Michael Cera, not kind of afraid to speak up a little bit, but kind of funny, but in his own quirky, weird way.
Yes.
I wasn't as nerdy as Fogel. Like Fogel's got some swag though, you know. But
that's the thing is, it's like when you watch this, is they all so like the main character Seth, right? Jonah Hill, he like doesn't really have a character arc. He's just kind of like basically ramming through the plot to try and desperately get this booze to get to the party, right? So like he goes through all kinds of crazy stuff, but like he doesn't really have a character arc until like the last scene, basically, right? Michael Cera is the same way. It's like he kind of also is like awkwardly stumbling through these situations to just try and basically survive, right? But
yes,
Fogel actually has a character arc in this movie. He's like the only one that does. He goes from being this like dorky, nerdy kid who can't even approach the hot girl who's wearing the G-string, right? Like he walks up to her, she turns around and says, and he just goes, it's 2:30.
Right, yeah. Then he walks away.
And through this, it's like Fogel, he gets the fake ID and becomes McLovin, right? And then he hangs out with like the cops. And John, I think his name is John Hader.
John Hader, yeah, John Hader.
He is great. I love his deadpan humor. He is just super funny. And him and Seth Rogen actually play it pretty well together in that movie. And he goes from being this like timid dork who's like trying to cringily be cool, right? And then
Yeah.
he actually he basically helps stop a homeless dude who's like basically harassing people. He gets to shoot guns. He gets to drive cars. He gets to smoke. He gets to smoke weed. He gets to get drink. Like he smokes cigarettes. And then he gets laid at the end. And you're just like, this is the quintessential like hero's journey of the American Pie genre.
Yes. It is. If they were to just follow those three of the guys the whole time and make that the whole movie, that's what this would have been. Right?
Yes.
American Pie, they had a bunch of other characters and it was more of a ensemble type thing. But
Yes.
Superbad is more centered around these guys. And even though they offshoot a little bit, but set in one night, I always love those types of movies.
Yes.
And one mission, to get booze. And then like I've been in those situations where with Michael Cera, you're at a party and there's some guy who's some like coked out guy who's way older than everybody or something like that, and then he starts singing when he's like singing that these eyes.
I love that part. By the way, so I was watching this, dude, and by the way, I've also been in those situations. in
Yeah, I'm
college,
talking
but-
about like way back in the day, more college
Yeah,
days than
college
anything.
days, yeah.
More college.
And
High
there-
school, I didn't go to a party. But
No, me neither. But it's funny. So there is that moment when Michael Cera is asked to sing by the dudes all doing coke, right? It is foreshadowed because when the guy who gets them to the party hits Jonah Hill with his car, right? Like that's how they get to the party.
Oh yeah, yes.
When he's like, after they like settle the deal, right? Like, I'll take you to this car party, there's booze, don't call the cops and don't sue me, right? There is a part where he goes, you look so familiar. You look like a guy named Jimmy. You look like just like his brother, man. And then that's what they say, the coked out guys go, who's it? Hey, who are you? Right? Like, because they all run in the room, start doing rails, and like he's just standing there. And then one of them goes, hey, I know him. He's Jimmy's brother. He's the songbird. Sing for us, right? And then like when we were watching it, I'm like, oh shit, they actually did foreshadow this whole scene, like through like 4 scenes in the past. Like that's good writing.
Yeah, well, and there has been times where people mistake you for someone else, or like, oh, you're that asshole who who cut me off, or I was at one time. This is crazy story. One time I was at a party, and like my eyes are normally like dilated a lot. I don't know if you could tell right now. They're not a whole lot of light right now, but I would have people in high school or college. They'd come up to me like, dude, what are you on, man? What do you got? I'm not on anything, man. I'm not. They're like, come on, dude.
I'm
like,
high on life.
Yeah, exactly. No, we were at this one party out in this like barnyard area, and the guy's like, come on, man, tell me where you got it. Tell me where you got it. You have some stuff. I'm like, no, I don't have any. I don't do drugs. I'm not. They're like, dude, don't lie to me. I can see your eyeballs. I see your eyes from here. They're like. They're like dimes. Your pupils are the size of dimes. Don't lie to me. And I'm like, I don't. I swear to God, I have astigmatism in my eyes. That's why my eyes are so. And they didn't believe me. And then my friend ended up like, I forget what he did or he said, but we left. He's like, we gotta go. He just comes up to me. He's like, we gotta go. I'm like, what? Why? And I just started talking to this cute chick. And I got her number, but I'm like talking to her. And then he's just comes like, dude, we gotta go. I'm like, dude, no, why? Like, what? He's like, dude, no, we gotta go. I'm like, what? And so we're leaving the party, and all of a sudden there's a group of guys following us. And I'm like, what? And then my friend goes, he's like, yeah, I may or may not have told them that I had drugs. I forget what he told them that. He joked about having drugs, and they thought he was serious. And then they thought that he was holding out on them like pills or something like I think it was pills they thought he had. And dude, it was so messed up. And the thing is, the guy that we knew that was at this party wasn't there. So our connection to how to who, like,
You
who
guys
do you
are just
know? They're like, who do you know here? Oh, we know Rick. I forgot the friend's name. Rick. They're like, well, where's Rick? Where is he? I don't see him. He's not here. And I'm like, what?
He's
No,
with the
they're
drugs.
like, who? Where'd you guys come from? Oh wait, then you had drugs. Then you don't want to sell. You don't want to sell us. You don't want to give it to us. And I'm like, whoa, I don't want trouble. And dude, and then all of a sudden we're surrounded by us. And there's a guy. Oh my, I can't believe I'm saying this online, but so it's a decent story. But so a guy is getting up to me. He's like, yo, man, oh, what do you mean? You ain't got no balls? He's like, you don't got no balls. I'm like, oh man, you heard that? You hear that? He said you don't got balls, bro. I'm like, hey, buddy, I got bigger balls than you. Don't worry about it. I said that. I'm like, I don't know why. It was the dumbest freaking thing. And the guy gets in my face and he's like practically pushing me, and I push him off me. And then the whole circle just caved in on us. My friend gets smashed in the face, loses his tooth, gets his tooth knocked out. And I'm like, run, because I was trying to run because when they were
You're like, it's time to go.
By the way, we're out in freaking Lincoln. We're in Lincoln where there's nothing, like, this is acres of property at some empty barnyard where there was some empty party. And I had my van, my green minivan. I'm like, run to the van. We run to the van. We jump in my car. I speed off. I don't care. I'm about to run these guys over. They're like, oh crap, they're jumping around. There was only one entrance, one exit, and it's the barbed wire fence, right? And there's only one way, like one lane, okay? And we're almost there, scot-free. Just when we're coming up, a huge truck comes up, going in the only place we can go out of. And I'm speeding up towards it. I slam on the brakes. The truck is like, oh, fuck. And he's stopping. He stops, and I slammed on my brakes. And then the guy's going back to reverse. In that time period that we were stopped, all these kids were smashing, hitting my van. It cost $4,000 worth of damage to my van. Dude. I know you're laughing. It was not funny. It was brutal. And I'm like, dude, my van. And then my friend's like, your van. What about my tooth? His tooth's all bleed. He lost his tooth.
And that might actually cost $4,000 also. So.
Yeah. Well, if you have dental insurance, but yeah. I mean, it was brutal. It was terrible. And
dude, I just gotta say this, man. Like, this is so. I won't.
That's
say,
like quintessential wrong place, wrong time. Wrong friend saying the wrong thing to the wrong person as well.
I'm not going to give no details. This is not the first story you've told me that is absolutely wild. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because you're not a crazy kind of person. Like, there's people I've been friends with, like the kind of people that they do coke and like they go off and like they have these crazy ventures, like they start fights and like they have all kinds of, like, they're sleeping with like 3 women in one night kind of. I've had friends like that. That's not you, but you end up in the craziest situations.
Well, yeah.
You're either very lucky or very unlucky. I don't exactly know which one.
Oh, this was younger, more formidable years. And this is when my friend and I, my friend is the type of person where we would go to a party and he's like, oh, there's a better party down the street. We got to go to that. Let's leave this party. Let's go to the other party. Then we get to the other party and then he's like, oh, there's a better party going on. Like, let's go to this. I'm like, dude,
I've done that too.
And to me, I'm like, hey, I don't care if we show up to a party, there's 5 people there and it doesn't really seem to be happening, but there's drinks and there's good vibes and, it doesn't need to be a crazy rager, but my friend was like, no, we got to go. We got to find this cooler party. There's better chicks at this next party. And yeah, I mean, it was all,
you're like,
all bad.
You're like listen, I don't know how many chicks are at the next party, but the closest I'm getting to a chick is at this party. So let's stay.
Right. Yeah. So, but like, dude, and then, okay, there's a little bit more to the story. So we go back, we drive back, we call the police, and the police are like, we were in Rockland and we called the police. The police were like, oh, where were you? They're like, oh, they're like, yeah, show us where you were. So we went back to where we were, and they're like, oh, sorry, we're out. Like they made us go pull over, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, this is out of our jurisdiction. We need to call Lincoln Police." So another like 30 minutes later go by, right? Wait for Lincoln Police. Lincoln Police shows up. We lead Lincoln Police to where the party is. There's no one there. Everyone's gone.
So you guys look like you're just a bunch of assholes wasting the cops' time.
So it had been like an hour and a half. I think an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours from the time we'd called the cops, because they took forever to get there. Then it took us forever to go back, and then it took them forever to get another thing. And so it was like 2 hours later. There's no one there. It's 3:30 a.m. And then there was like some other random house, like way far in the property, and they're like pounding on that person's door. It's like, "Hey, was there a party?" Like, no. They're like, "No."
Hey, was there a party?
Was there a party? It didn't look like there was any party there. It was like the tiniest house off the side, and it was an empty barnyard. I'm like, that's where the party. I mean, you could see empty cups all over the place and stuff. They're like, well, there's no one here, so there's nothing we could do. Oh my gosh, it was. And of course, we didn't have any numbers. I had a number to that girl. And then we tried to follow up, but she wasn't connected to that. It was a whole, yeah. It was
I need to, after Lent's over, I need to get a bottle of whiskey or something and hear some more of these stories with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? I feel like you need to start writing these down so that they can live in posterity.
Well, this one just lived in posterity. A movie night, episode 25,
movie night, baby. The movie of Tremain's life.
Yeah, but I mean, going back to Superbad, this is why Superbad is so funny, because you are a high school kid, and like I was new to parties at that time too. I think I was college age, and so I was still pretty new to parties. And you show up to some random rager, and you don't know anybody. Right, and then you get next thing you know, you're in this random room, and someone thinks you're the brother of some singer, and you have to sing. So that's why it's so funny, and I like those nights, and yeah,
it is a lot of fun, and it is one of those like, and it's kind of funny too, because like Jonah Hill and Michael Cera, and I forgot the actor who plays McLovin, but it's
McLovin. It's
just McLovin.
It's McLovin. I love that line. They're like, who are you, Seal? Like, who are you? Are you Cher?
There's this scene. So after McLovin gets punched in the liquor store, and like, and John Hader and Seth Rogen are like asking him questions, right? The cops, and they go, because he keeps answering these questions like in the most awkward way you possibly could, right? And at one point they go, "How old are you?" And he goes, "Oh, old enough." And they look at each other, and then Seth Rogen goes, "Old enough for what?" And he goes, "To party." It's just like it's just so funny, because he like could not be any more suspicious.
Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, he couldn't have said any worse things. But I love it. I'm like, you say you're 25. He's like, why did you say 21? Duh, you don't say you're 21, because everyone's gonna say I'm 21. Like, what are the chances of me being 21? Exactly.
How many 21-year-olds do you think there are in this town?
Yeah,
you look like you're 13. Like, it's just so great. And there's all right, it's a little bit mature rated, I guess, but I just love the part when like he's trying to play cool, right? Because like Fogel's like trying to play cool the whole movie. And he's just terrible at it. And like, and one of the cops says something about like just like letting women go, right? Like letting the crazy women go, and he goes, "It's not the going of women that I care about. It's the coming." It's just like, it is such a lame joke, and he says it in the most awkward way you possibly like. That's why I love that movie. It's like, it's a funny movie all around. But Fogel really is my favorite character, and he is just like the most awkwardly cringy person. You like.
But he's also really lovable, and then he's hilarious. And then I love when he has the vest, and they're like, "Who are you, Aladdin? Are you Aladdin?" It's like, you gotta laugh.
And then later on, when he gets all nervous, he's all, "I told you I should have worn the vest."
Well, dude, I guess Yeah, I guess part of the lore, and I think the reason why Seth, what's his name? Seth,
Rogan.
not Seth Rogen, the guy
Oh,
Jonah
Jonah
Hill.
Hill.
Sorry, Jonah Hill. Sorry, Jonah Hill. The reason why Jonah Hill's anger was so funny is I guess there was a lot of truth to that because every scene him and McLovin would be in, McLovin would get all the laughs from the directors and the actors, but Jonah Hill wouldn't get the laughs. Like, so Jonah Hill was getting upstaged by this no-name actor, essentially.
Oh yeah.
And so he'd get mad at that, and he'd put that into the character, which made everything even more funny. And I think they were all laughing about how mad he was actually getting because he legitimately was getting upstaged because the other guy was barely even trying and getting all these laughs. You know, and
it's true. It's like, and like the funny part is too. So I had a friend in middle school and early in high school who was basically like Jonah Hill's character, right? So like I was sheltered and like afraid of my parents, like they put the fear of God in me, right?
yeah,
So I only was around for the more mild of things, but like he would do the thing of like he would get booze and like get drunk when he was like 16, right? And like he was always like trying to hit on girls and like, like he was basically Jonah Hill's character. And it's funny because like, we have that same group and we have that dynamic and where it's like, there's one person in the group, and I don't know about you, maybe I don't think this was you in the group, but like there's always this like in high school because you're just friends with whoever you kind of are around, right? Like you don't make friends with like people who have the same interest per se. You're kind of in class and then you just kind of or your neighborhood and you just kind of like, okay, well, we're in the same area, so I guess we're gonna hang out, right? And there's always that one kid who was like super annoying and like but thought that he was cool, right? Or like he was dumb but he thought he was smart. And there's always like the most aggressive member of your group who like is constantly just like what Jonah Hill does to Fogel. It's just like they'll say something and you just go,
right, yeah,
you're such an idiot, like shut
yeah,
up. Like
yeah,
it's so real. Like there's like it really is like that. And like the struggle between Jonah Hill's character and Fogel, right? Is like Seth doesn't want to become the outcast, which is basically what Fogel is. Like that's like one of the central kind of who is gonna get Michael Cera's basically like number one friend slot. Right?
right,
Like because whoever
yes,
doesn't is automatically the third wheel, literally. So
yes.
it's so I can feel that's funny to know that. I did not know that little piece of trivia, but it does really make it sell it as like legitimate.
Oh, it completely sells it, and then also what I like about it is there's that overarching theme that they're all going to college next year,
Yep.
and oh, you got into Dartmouth? Well, no, I didn't get in, or I guess both those kids they both get into Dartmouth, right? Fogel
And Michael
and
Cera, yep.
Michael Cera, yeah. Which what's his name in
Evan.
Superbad? Evan, yeah, Evan and McLovin get into Dartmouth, and then Jonah feels left out. And like
He
you
says,
said,
and I quote, I could never get into Dartmouth.
yeah, right. But he is that character that's so selfish. He would rather his friends not go to Dartmouth and go to whatever community college he's going to, or wherever the heck he's going to, bringing them down because he is that selfish character. He can't
Yep.
go, he can't get in with them, but he's feeling left out. And that's real. I mean, there were a lot of friends of mine, they got into schools that I didn't get into and vice versa. And you go separate ways when you're going from college or going from high school to college. And I mean,
True.
yeah, you maintain friendships. You go to like I visited a lot of my friends' colleges and stuff, and that was a lot of fun. But I mean, it's like anything. When you're in high school, all you know is like the kids in your class, right? And I had
Yes.
a lot of good friends because we went to the same elementary school as well, so we were really close in high school. And then I was a person that I knew a lot of people in high school. I knew everyone in high school, and I got along with most everyone, but I wasn't like super buddy with the popular kids, or what I wasn't. No, I was friends with the nerdy kids, but there's always those stereotypes in
Oh
every
yeah.
high school, but they're exacerbated in those movies. But Superbad did it in a realistic way that wasn't so stereotypical with every single friend group, right? The goth kids and right, or the nerds, or
Well, and that was
they
the
all
thing,
they all
right?
seem like real characters. Everyone.
Well, exactly, and like, cause like Emma Stone, like her character Jules, right? Like she is like one of the hot popular girls, but she's actually just like a nice person, right?
Yeah.
Like she doesn't drink. Like that's the whole thing. She just wanted the booze so that everyone else could have fun. Like she's like she just genuinely likes Seth for Seth instead of it being like some sort of weird kind of social dynamic thing. And it's true is like, and that's one of the things that I love about Fogel's McLovin's character arc is that he legit becomes more confident as he experiences all of this crazy stuff for the first time, right? Like if you think back to when you were in high school, if you had one night where you like stopped a homeless dude who was harassing everybody, you got to drink beer and hang out with cops and like run red lights and shoot
You
guns and
buy
steal
buy
people,
alcohol. Yeah, you get to
buy
buy
alcohol
yeah.
and drink alcohol, right? And the whole time you're doing it while cruising with cops, right? Like the kind of
Mhm.
ultimate like authority figures and you even like you get lucky, right? Like at the end of this party, you get to end the party being arrested by the cops. Like
You're
I mean,
right. Yeah, yeah.
what kind of kid like that? That's the kind of night that would. I mean, that's basically like maybe even a couple years worth of development for a young man. Maybe not in the best
Oh,
moral sense, but you
and you
know.
know that Monday going back from school, he's just the ultimate legend and
Oh
becomes
yeah,
you're right. If they were to just continue that story, he'd be the most popular kid in class. He'd go down in history with that class, with how much of a legend he was. And you
by the
see
way,
him in
sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
And I love at the end, and this just like this caps it off. You're totally right? Because like when he's being arrested, he's like, everyone's like, "Whoa, Fogel's a badass," right? Like, and
Yeah.
and like even like the bully who spits at Jonah Hill's shirt at the beginning, right? Like he spits at the cop in defense of Fogel, right? Like
Mhm.
being arrested before he gets billy clubbed, and like the girl that he technically did have sex with, right? Even if it was kind of cock blocked later is she at the end she turns to her friend, she goes, he was gonna take me to Hawaii because his fake ID says Hawaii. It's too funny, man. Too funny.
Yeah. That's a
Okay.
great there are a lot of great added touches to that film. And again, the fact that we're talking about it and laughing this hard about this movie came out in almost 20 years ago, which that's blowing my
That's
mind
crazy.
quite a bit. And now that came out, I graduated in 2005, so I was 2 years out of high school, but I was still right there. I mean, you're still right there in high
Yep.
school when this came
Yep.
out. But anyway, so that was your number 4, that was my number 3.
My number 3, and then we can jump to number 2 because we already talked about this too. Is Ferris Bueller's Day Off? That was my number 3.
Okay.
It's a classic. I've seen it a bunch of times.
Higher than Superbad.
It is, and the reason is that
Uh,
I here's why is because
well.
I know it was close though. Like I struggled with this, but I had to give a little bit of deference because Ferris Bueller is a classic, right? And I appreciate what I would say is this: what the story of like basically the young man's fantasy is better done in Superbad than in Ferris Bueller. But Ferris Bueller has some additional aspects and is a little bit, I think, more there's a little bit more kind of wisdom that's showered in it. And so it's a little bit more of a well-rounded movie, whereas Superbad goes just hard in what it does, right? So that's kind of that's why, but we don't have to talk much about Ferris Bueller's Day Off. We already talked about it a little bit. It's a classic. I like the characters and the general kind of like fun of, because it does tap into that thing of like, when you're a teenager, right? Like there are some days, especially like in senior year, where like you're in high school and you're just like, you just wake up one day and you're like, man, I would rather do anything in the world than go to school in 30 minutes, right? And you're like, and then you kind of fantasize about what you could do. I mean, it could be anything from like, I just sit in my underwear and play video games all day, or like I go for like a hike up in the mountains, or like we can go see a ball game, or go like hang out and play with like hang out with my friends. And it's like
Dude.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off is the classic, like if you could just have a day to go ditch school and do something fun. Like,
I remember one time I was in middle school age. I think I was in fifth or sixth grade, something like that. And I did that. I kind of faked sick. I wasn't really feeling good. I really just didn't want to go to school.
Tremain's day off.
Yeah, Tremain's day off. But get this. It was the most karma-ridden day that I chose because it ended up being a surprise field trip day. And the whole class went on this amazing, awesome field trip that I didn't go on, that never, ever happens, and never, ever did happen ever again. It never happened. Ever. And that was like, that was complete karma that I got. And I'm like, because I'm like, oh, Mom, I'm not feeling, I wasn't feeling well, but I mean, I knew I could have gone to school. I just didn't feel like going to school. It was the one time I ever did it. And you know what? Yes. And it was the last time I ever did anything like that. I never did that ever
How
again.
many more surprise field trips did you get to go on from not doing it?
Never. And I never, so I learned my lesson. I never ever got to go on a single one. It was terrible. And and I'm like, wow, that's what I get for faking. And that's why I'm like, I look at Ferris Bueller's Day Off. There were kids at our cross country, when I ran cross country in high school for like a year and only my senior year of high school. And there were seniors, right? So they were like, oh, you know what? Let's forget practice. Let's just go to Denny's or let's go to IHOP, right? Instead of running, you're supposed to run 7 miles, right? And I'm like, what? I'm like, wait, guys, what do you mean go to IHOP? Well, we're supposed to run 7 miles. Like, yeah, they're not going to keep track of us. Like, we'll be running back when we come back. And I'm like, wow. Like, no, I never did that. I didn't do that. But there were kids that would do that. And I just never, I guess because I learned my lesson, I was scarred so much by it. I was just, I don't know.
I will, once we're done, when we do our little debrief after the podcast, I'll tell you about my experience as a senior in high school because
oh boy,
I was absolutely one of those kids.
You were. It's like, because I could never bring myself to do that. I mean, I could never. And there were kids that would just like, oh yeah, I went to the park and I smoked a joint, and I didn't even learn about this till after, right? But there were those kids that could do that, and I never.
That's kind of funny. That's basically like God told you when you ditched, like, all right, Tremain, you want to F around or you'll find out.
Yeah, I was never that guy. I was never that cool kid that could just ditch and go, oh yeah, I went to the mall and I watched a movie and
part of the reason I couldn't do that sooner, mine was different. I was only like that the last about 4 months of my senior year, and it's because, and I'll tell you later, but I was basically in like AP and we were done with all the testing, so I had nothing to do. Like I already had A's, and any class that I would have had a higher grade in, it was like my grades are basically, as long as I did well on the test, which I was locked in. Like I found loopholes that I'll go over.
Well, there you go. Well, see, that's a little bit different. Well, on the side note, there's a really funny YouTube video called Joel Osteen's Day Off. So it's
like the prosperity gospel guy.
Yeah.
Joel
Osteen's Day Off. Yeah, you'll have to watch it after. We'll have to watch it afterwards. Let's watch it afterwards. But let's get back to the to the list.
So, all right. So number 2.
All right, we're at my number 2. Okay, number 2. Now this is a movie that when I saw the previews of this movie, I'm like, this looks like the dumbest movie I've ever seen in my entire life. And then we had a family gathering, and my aunt told me that she watched it over the weekend. She goes, "Have you seen this movie?" And I go, no, that looks so dumb. She goes, no, it's hilarious. And I go, well, my aunt has a really funny sense of humor. My aunt's one of my favorite people I've ever known. And so I went and saw this movie, and it was hilarious. It was just so funny. And then that Monday, I was so eager to talk about this movie that I'm like, hey, guys, have you guys seen this movie? Have you seen this movie? Did you see it? It's so funny. And they're like, what the hell are you talking about? No one knew what movie I was talking about. Now, a few months later, when this movie came out on DVD, all of a sudden everybody's like, have you seen this movie? Have you seen this movie? Oh, your mom goes to college, which, by the way,
Yeah.
I'm talking about Napoleon Dynamite. I'm talking
That's
about
my
Napoleon
number
Dynamite.
2.
That's your number 2.
That's my
See?
number 2.
Look at this. We are locked in, brother. Look at this. Napoleon
That's
Dynamite.
crazy.
Yeah, we are locked in. And so, dude, no one knew what the hell Napoleon Dynamite was. Like, no one knew it. Like, when it came out in theaters, I saw this movie in theaters before it was cool, guys. It wasn't a
You were voting for Pedro early and often.
Yes, I was. Yes, I had already voted for mail-in ballots and for Pedro. But, you know, but it was so funny. But no one knew what, like, no one had ever heard of it on that Monday. I'm asking, they're like, dude, what are you talking about? And no one knew it. It wasn't popular when it came out in theaters. People don't
It does
realize
not
that.
look like it. Here's the thing: like, this movie is a masterpiece. Like, I don't actually even understand why in some ways, because it's like layers, right? It's like a parfait. It's just like, on the surface, you're like, this is a movie about some teenagers in Idaho, and what do? They eat lunch, ride their bikes, have family doing kind of quirky stuff, and everybody acts like they're on Zoloft, right? Like the energy level of every single character is like, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 2. Like, every character.
Right. Yeah.
But then you watch it,
except for
like,
Uncle Rico. Except for Uncle Rico,
and he's like at like a 5 out of 10, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
like, there is the mildest character in Superbad is like, has more energy than like the average person, right? Is but it's just funny because, like, when you watch it again, like I watched it a few months ago, like, you kind of get this thing of like, nothing really happens. Like, there's
Right.
not like a strong plot, but you don't care. You're just enjoying the characters and the quirkiness and like the ambiance. Like, it's hard to explain, but it's just so great.
Yeah, from start to finish, from the second the credits roll, and the way they do the credits, where everything's food, so it's a food plate. And if you look, and it took me a while, it took me a few times of watching it. When you look at the credits, and every food is an ode, an homage to the character. So they had like Grandma, the character that played Grandma was, I think it's a quesadilla. I forget what it is, but it's all, every single, tater tots for Napoleon, right? They had.
I did not know that. I never noticed
so
that before.
each character, if you look at the food, it has some resemblance. Like the character's eating some type of food. I think it was steak for Uncle Rico, the guy that played Uncle Rico. And
I'm tired of you sitting here eating all of our steak.
Yeah, he's like, I bet I can throw this pigskin a quarter mile.
I love when he grabs the kid stick and nails him on it while he's on the bike.
Oh, he's like, like,
oh, dude. When I was young, I could have thrown this over those mountains.
Like, over them. Just say this outlandish claims. Yeah, like, oh man, if coach only put me in, man,
we would have gone to state.
We would have gone to state. I would have gone pro. I could have made pro.
He is like the quintessential, like, like the guys are like, they were played football or they're really popular in high school, right?
They peaked in high school,
like, they have never lived a day outside of graduation. Like, their entire life is so like, and like, it's actually really sad and pathetic, which they convey very well. Sad. Right? It's like, dude, high school is 4 years. Like, you peaked in the first quarter of your life, like.
Not even quarter, like 6, like first 20%, like,
but like
15%.
Like, even the whole time travel subplot, right? Which really is only 2 scenes, right? It's basically like him asking Kip about it, and then Napoleon getting shocked in the
right. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. The only thing that has to do with any type of time travel on my list was a character that wants to.
I should have caught
that. Yeah, but it is, and that is so true. And then the Kip character is so funny. Like, I had one of my friend's older brothers reminds me of Kip so much. Like, just, chatting on on these on these chats, like the AIM instant messenger.
I've been
And all,
talking with hot chicks all day.
Napoleon, you're just jealous because I've been chatting with hot babes all day, and it is, and he like. It also the era, you don't know what time period it is in. Like, is
No.
this supposed to be in the 70s? But people have computers, so they have
It's
internet,
I,
and so
it's
it's
like
eh,
it's like I've lived in a couple. I've stayed. So my family is from a town that's like this originally, and I've lived in a small college town in NorCal that's like this, where every time that you go back for a trip, right, it's basically like stepping through a time portal because absolutely nothing has changed. And it's like,
yeah,
I don't know if you've ever been to like a small town like that. It's usually small towns in like kind of semi rural areas. And it's
yeah.
just like that is like the whole movie, right? Because like Uncle Rico's wearing like basically like bell bottoms in a scene, right? Like he's in that
Right.
like
Well, look at what Napoleon's wearing. He's wearing this brown suit and moon boots.
exactly. You're just like, but like it is, but like it like there is computers, right? Like so like it looks
Yeah.
like the movie is basically set in maybe like the late 90s, right? Where they have like
R-
actual chat rooms and like they have the internet where they can buy stuff like their time machine. Um so but I think it's just like that's kind of the charm of it is like bless you.
God
And
bless you.
it's like it really is like small town charm, right? Like there is this like small island of people amongst the Great Plains of like part of Idaho. And like people are just like they're just living like quaint like lives. Like that's just like that, everybody kind of knows each other and like everybody just kind of it's very like it's the
It's
kind of
all
thing that
salt of the earth type people. Salt of the earth.
yes.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
notice that like everybody except for like the most catty of the teenage girls, right? Like Summer and her friend.
Right. Speaking of Hillary Duff's sister, Summer. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. It's
Haley
all
Duff, played
coming
by
around.
Summer. Yeah. See, it all comes around.
But like everybody else is like they're basically earnest, right? Like there isn't intrigue, there isn't
Mhm.
like drama. It's just
Yeah.
like everyone's just they're all like kind of like country bumpkins, man. Like I don't know. It's very charming, and there isn't any one reason I really like it is there is something that I like to call the Wednesday Adams phenomena, right?
Hmm.
Like from the recent Wednesday like show,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And this was first kind of the first big exposure of this was Parks and Rec. If you've ever watched it with Amy Poehler, is the girl who plays what's her name? She ends up dating the guy from the Jurassic World series.
I
Um,
haven't seen Parks and Rec.
anyway, so but it's like this deadpan kind of like fry. What's the vocal fry? Right, like the everything is just like a colonialist construct. It's terrible,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like that, and it's so cynical and
Yeah.
so like, and just for the sake of it, right? Like, and that just doesn't exist in Napoleon Dynamite. It just doesn't
Right.
exist. There's no characters like that. There's
Right.
nothing like it's really is like it is the pre 21st century movie kind of movie. I don't
Right.
know how else to put it.
Well, but it came out 2004, and
Yes.
like in it, but the thing is, because it's you can't really pin the era of when it is, and there is internet, and there's this older, so it is a timeless movie, and it's a timeless classic. And I know that's why. I mean, I watched it a few months ago, and it's free on YouTube now, official like legit version on YouTube,
Nice.
and it is such a classic film that yeah, it holds up. And yeah, okay, you could say it's irreverent, like there's no real point to it. I mean, maybe it's Pedro, he wants Pedro to get voted as class president, but I mean, he also needs to win the girl. He wants to, Uncle Rico's trying to make money. Kip's trying to find a girlfriend.
Like, they're just
Deb's
so
trying to get her
mundane, right?
Yeah. It's like, but it is, you just live in this. That's what I love about this movie is you live in it for a while.
Yes.
You're living in this world and these characters. And they're all earnest. Yeah, you're right. No one's sarcastic. No one's, well, I mean, Napoleon's a bit sarcastic. Like what else? What do you think? What do you
Yeah.
think?
He is a little bit, but it's not like cynical sarcastic. It's like he's just like, I don't know, like he's just kind of sassing him a bit.
Yeah, and everyone knows that character who's like, he's like, what have you been doing this summer? Like, I've been hunting wolverines. Like, what do you think? It's like
The 12 gauge.
Yeah, with a 12 gauge. Gosh, like he's always he lives in this fantasy world. He thinks he's a lot cooler than he is, but that kind of makes him cool in a weird way. And it's such a unique character and unique story and hilarious, and it's PG. They don't have to cuss to get a laugh. They don't have to be raunchy.
There's
to
no
get a laugh.
sex scenes or implied sex scenes. There's no cursing. There's no violence really, except for like, kind of
like slapstick, the
playground.
stake hitting
Yeah.
him and him falling off, or when he tries to go off the jump and then the thing breaks
Smashes
and-
into his crotch.
like that stuff's funny. Like that type of slapstick is really funny. Like I think that really works. Or he's just standing there and then the bully walks by and just pushes him into the locker. Like, oh,
Or like the scene where he's like he's eating the tater tots that he got from Pedro, right, during class, and like the guy's like, the bully's like, hey Napoleon, give me some of your tots, and he goes, I haven't
Get
even
your
ate
own."
freaking lunch today, right? And like he ate like 2 lunches during the scene before that, right?
right?
Like,
Yeah.
and like, but even like in Spikes, he smashes them, right? Like basically because Napoleon won't give him any, right? He smashes in his pocket, and Napoleon's like, they're ruined. And like all I can think of is you just put a bunch of greasy tater tots in your lint-filled pocket, like that's like now they're ruined. I mean, you're basically eating a bunch of fluff the entire time, but I don't know. It's classic. It's timeless. Like I watched the movie when I was a kid.
Mhm.
And I didn't see it in theaters, I'll admit, but I watched that when I was a kid. I watched it like a few months ago, and it is just as entertaining and just as amazing.
Yep. Awesome, guys. So before we get to our number one, we're gonna have a brief message. It's only 46 seconds, and we'll be right back. All right. Wait, before we go any further, you're under arrest. You! Yes, you! How do I know this? Because I'm a judge! And judging by my YouTube analytics, 98.5% of you aren't subscribed to Hayhoe Studios! So I'm locking you up and throwing away the key. Oh, you want to get out of jail free, you say? Well, there is a way. Subscribe to Hayhoe Studios right now and join the army of movie lovers and filmmakers. We hit 7,000 subscribers and are going for 10,000 next. We have new content coming out every week. Thanks for subscribing and welcome to the Hayhoe Studios family. Now back to the video. Back to the video, baby. All right.
It cut off partway through, so I didn't know
I
if
know.
that was going for get back to the video, bitch, or
No. No. I wouldn't call you guys that word, baby. But yeah.
That's
no,
awesome. I like the ad.
Thank you. It's kind of funny. But yeah, okay. And then also before we go further, it's 19 seconds. 19 seconds right here. Here we go.
Like and subscribe. It's movie night. Hayhoe Studios, feel it right. I click that button, don't think twice. Like and subscribe to watch more. Watch more. Like and subscribe to watch more. Watch more. Movie night from Hayhoe Studios.
All right. There we go. Awesome. Had to hit that like button, please. That helps us out tremendously. We are getting more views every video, though, and we're out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon as well. Patreon, yes. iHeartRadio and Patreon. If you guys really want to support the channel, please go to patreon.com/Hayhoe Studios. We're trying to build an army of 300 that can contribute $10 a month, and that will be making it next level. I can hire a full-time editor, and that is when Hayhoe Studios can really take off. So I would really appreciate it if you guys go to patreon.com/Hayhoe Studios and let me know what type of content you want exclusive-wise. And yeah, so all right, cool.
$10,000 to watch Forrest Gump. That's offered.
And $10,000 to watch Forrest Gump. I will not watch Forrest Gump for $9,999. It's got to be $10,000. All right, it's got to be 10. Thank you. But yeah, no. But seriously though, $10 to support the channel. All right, our number one movie. Now this movie is. It might sound like it's gonna. I highly doubt we're gonna have the same number one, and if we do, that would be really kind of crazy. That'd be really kind of crazy, and I can't believe this movie had to be number one for me. It had to be number one for me, and I might be putting myself on blast and be subjecting myself for ridicule. But
I'm ready. I'm ready to ridicule you hard.
Well, okay. But if anyone has actually seen this movie, it is a classic. And there was a point in time where I may or may not have known every single line in this movie. And yes, it is above Superbad. Yes, it's above Napoleon Dynamite. I have to give it to this film. Have I hyped it up enough? I don't even think you've seen this movie. Maybe you have seen this movie. I don't know if you've seen it. Are you ready? Who's ready?
Is it Spy Kids?
It's not Spy Kids. No.
Okay.
It is not Spy Kids. And I will share a nice dream that came true from this movie. After I share this movie, the number one movie on my list, Tremain Hayhoe, the number one high school movie ever of all time is...
Bring it on!
Bring it on! Bring it on! Bring it on, baby! Bring it on! Number one. There's no movie second to bring it. There is no movie that is second. And when it comes to high school movies, then Bring It On. Number one. So you have okay, but judging by the way you're laughing, you have seen this movie, right? Have you seen this? Yes.
I have. And you know who introduced it to me was my wife.
Okay.
And she just mouthed to me that it's her number one also.
No way! Oh my gosh. Do you have wife, do you have a clone somewhere or who's not married?
No, she is not. Sorry.
Darn.
She's a one of a kind.
Yeah. Well, see, Bring It On. It is a classic film. I love every single minute of this movie. And you know what's really interesting? In this film, they're in San Diego, right? They're in San Diego, or the Toros. They're the Toros, and and the campus is beautiful. I remember this campus is beautiful. I'm like, oh man, one day I would love to go to a school like that. I mean, I wish I went to a high school like this. I'm looking at the high school, and then years later, I'm at college, and I look up, and I'm like, I swear, this looks exactly like a scene from Bring It On. And sure enough, it's the exact same spot where they filmed Bring It On, which is San Diego State High School, or San Diego State University. San Diego State University, which is where I went, SDSU. Bring It On. We went and we saw SDSU, Bring It On. And a dream of mine as a kid before high school, I saw this movie before I was in high school, and a childhood dream of mine came true. So it was this. I will show you the location. It is a awesome location, like Aztecs for life, obviously.
You guys do have a really nice gym. I did visit the campus.
Oh yeah, the gym is really nice. Yeah, so there was a statue, I forget who that was, but there's this little common area room, but the building I was thinking of is this building. Oh, it's a TikTok. I don't want to see a TikTok. But yeah, Aztec, even the library. I just love this. Oh, here it is. Okay. Boom. This building right here. So I'm like, wow, that looks really familiar. And I'm like, wow. That's in my favorite. Like I knew every single line of that movie. Maybe it would come back to me when I watch it. But I love it. I love the rivalry, the spirit fingers. I mean, you need I say?
Did you get to date any cheerleaders in your San
No.
Diego State dream?
No, I wish. That's more of a fantasy for me than a dream. Yeah, that's
All right, future
yeah,
Mrs. Hayhoe. You
yeah,
might wanna
future
get
Mr.
a cheerleader
Hayhoe.
in your
Yes, San Diego State cheerleaders. If you guys are watching, I'm single, ready to mingle, ready to
Single and
mingle,
ready to mingle.
ready to mingle. But I mean,
It's
and
a
of
classic
course,
movie.
it really is. It really is. I mean, there's so many one-liners in that movie.
And it doesn't take itself seriously, which is nice. It is meant to be. It is meant to poke fun at like the pettiness and kind of like the showing off, like trying to like ingratiate herself into like the new school and and all that stuff. It is pretty good, I must admit.
It is really good, and yeah, it is maybe one of those guilty pleasures or not something a man would want to admit.
I mean, we both had Mean Girls at number 9, so I
That's
think
true.
we're way
That's
past
true.
judgment on this.
Well, but Mean Girls though is a little bit more acceptable than a movie about cheerleading.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. But to be fair though, as a straight male, there's a lot of cute girls in this movie. A lot of cute
True.
girls, a lot of eye candy. I mean, and
They're flipping around with the cheerleader clothes and stuff, so
Oh, and then Gabrielle Union as the rival. I mean, she's gorgeous as well, and it was hilarious because it's like, because it's Burr. It's cold in here. I said there must be some toros in the atmosphere. I said, Burr, it's cold in here. I said there must be some toros in the atmosphere. I said, OBO, ice, ice, ice. Bring it down. Okay, all right. There we go. Anyway,
my wife started dance. She broke down laughing just now and then started dancing a little bit. So
yes. Well, it's such a classic movie, and it's so funny because they get accused of stealing other schools' cheers.
The other
They're like,
cheers,
no,
yep.
there's no way. We've been doing this for years, and she's the new cheerleader and the head cheerleader, and then sure enough, they go and they realize, oh wow, they have been, they thought they're copying us. No, you copied us, and yeah,
it's the whole thing.
Yeah, it is. There's so many good lines in this movie. Like this, like this isn't a democracy; it's a cheerocracy.
That's pretty good. Well, like that's the thing is, and like I'll admit, I have not watched Bring It On like a lot. I have seen it a couple of times. I've seen it once all the way through, and I've seen it like parts of it on the TV, right? Like my wife will have it on. But that is one thing that like, because when we first sat down and watched it, I saw that picture and I'm like, this looks like I need to have a pair of
12 shots.
Yeah, like 12 shots, or like, I feel like I need ovaries to enjoy this. But I was surprised because it doesn't take itself seriously in the sense that like there is like a conflict, right? So it's not complete absurdity, but it's like, like there is like there's a level of absurdity in it that's like it's meant to be a fun movie and to have fun and to have laughs, right? Like, and to get invested in the characters in a way that's not like a drama, right? So it was more enjoyable than I thought it would be.
It totally, it knows what it is. It makes fun of itself at times. It is over the top, but it's over the top in a tongue-in-cheek fashion.
Yes.
Right. I'm wanted. I'm hot. I'm everything you're not. It's like
she's dancing again, by the way. It's like, every time you start doing the cheer, he starts dancing. So I think you're not the only one who's had that movie memorized.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Big Red. I'm sexy. I'm cute. I'm popular to boot. Anyway.
All right, you two. That's enough of the dancing, dude.
And then he's like, what's his name? Who's the guy? Something Polanski. Was it not Roman Polanski?
I was gonna say Roman Polanski.
Yeah, not Roman Polanski. It's like There's the Polanski. There's the cheer teacher who teaches everyone spirit fingers. He's like, these aren't spirit fingers. These are spirit fingers. Yeah, and then
All
there's
right,
there's the hold on. We're still gonna talk about Bring It On for a little while, okay?
Oh man, okay.
Come on, you're like don't try to cut me off. This is the number one movie in the show. We'll get to your number one in a minute.
Play it up.
Okay, all right. So then there's a rocker kid there too.
Yes.
You know, so it's like you relate to the rocker kid, and he's got a crush on the sister's friend, right? So you can kind of relate. And then there's that scene where they're brushing their teeth, and you know, I don't know if you remember that scene, but it's a very popular scene.
Well,
but then,
my
then
wife
the-
does.
like
I don't, but she
And
just
this-
did a big.
and this horrible boyfriend, you know, be like high school, only better. Come on, Tor, right? Like this guy, he dumps her in the beginning. This guy, Sparky Polanski, of course, Sparky Polanski. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, can we look at? Let's look at this. guy.
Total D bag.
Yeah, total defect. Oh, here we go. Here we'll throw you in there. Yeah, those aren't spirit fingers. These are spirit fingers. I mean,
I like the punk rock, the brother. You're
Yeah.
right. That was my favorite one of my favorite character because and I think it was good to have him because he was a relatable character. He was like a decent guy, and he was basically making fun of them the whole time, which is how I felt. I was like, yeah, this is great. I want to laugh with this guy at the ridiculousness, right?
totally. And I swear that that character was for the guys that are watching it with their girlfriends or whatever. And
The merciful writers of that movie and directors of that movie are like, we have to put something in here for the husbands and the boyfriend.
yeah, something. Yeah, you've been touched by an angel, girl. Janelope. Like Janelope. I guess her name is Janelope. So
Instead of Penelope,
yeah, Janelope. Like Carver is an eternal optimist. Oh yeah, I'm a quick healer. Yeah, she's in the neck brace. She has a horrible injury. I'm a quick healer. I'm okay. You know? Yeah. Oh yeah. Cliff's response to the cool kids. I'm pretty sure the loser sneeze is dead when the kid's like loser, loser. You know. Missy. Oh yeah, Missy's honest at tryouts. She was so badass. I mean, come on, man. Not Mana Shivari. What's her name? I forget her name, but yeah, I forget. Darn it, I forget her name. Guys, comment below if you remember her name. The friend, like the badass friend.
Oh.
And then they thought there's a curse. Pulls no punches. Oh yeah, Cliff writes a song. I'd feed you bonbons all night. That's a great song. It's just it's a wholesome movie. Oh, Isis is Gabrielle Union's. In this famous scene where he goes, when you go to nationals, bring it, and it's like, well, it's already been brought in. Anyway,
Sorry.
all right. Anyway,
Camera
so
kinda-
oh, it's okay. Try to see.
Hold on, I'll be right there. I have to. My
Okay.
camera freaked out on me for some reason.
Okay, so Uncanny will be back soon, but I mean, come on, am I not wrong with the greatest high school film masterpiece, if you will, of all time is the movie Bring It On. I mean, can you think of a better movie than Bring It On? No, you can't. Name one in the comments below. Oh, you can't. Nobody did. Okay, Uncanny is back. Here we go.
I am back.
He is He
Okay.
is back. Okay, all right. So that's enough of Bring It On. It is. I mean, you can never get enough of Bring It On, but it was a pretty cool moment, and yeah,
It's not a bad number one if you're going for the for the team movies. That one's pretty
Yes.
classic.
Absolutely.
And I would say also less so than American Pie, but that was probably one of the early ones that kind of brought about the high school like dance and cheer, and like there was other versions of it that kind of came out that like Step Up, right, with Channing Tatum.
All
or,
right,
like,
Step Up to the
but that one's
streets.
more,
Yeah,
but that one's more like serious and it's not as fun. But
exactly.
it was the spawn of kind of like a subgenre of like the 90s, 2000s.
Right, like cheer, dance, yeah, stuff like that. But yeah, so I guess it came out August 22nd, the year 2000.
So yeah.
Now I was 13 years old, but I was going into high school. So I was in 8th grade, about to be in high school. So this was like, I think it was perfect timing for me. Probably that's why it's number one for me, because it's perfect timing for me. I'm getting ready for high school. I'm like, oh yeah, oh, look at all these.
Got the
even
nostalgia.
even though I didn't, there weren't any girls in my high school, but it's okay. It's fine.
I was
It's
gonna
fine.
say, if there was
There's no-
people dancing
there were
around
no-
in cheerleader uniforms.
Yeah, no. Thank God there were not, and hopefully it stays that way.
In very many ways, your young life would have been kind of like going to prison, but just
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah.
all
oh,
men,
no.
and then some men wearing cheerleader uniforms.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, but anyway, it spurred a bunch of Bring It On in it, or to win it, All or Nothing. It became a huge offshoot movie. Of course, nothing can come close to the original and Kirsten Dunst. And
That's often how it happens with like movies like that.
Yeah.
It is a little bit of a lightning in a bottle thing, because like it takes itself just serious enough to not be completely absurd, but it's also not so serious that you can't have fun with it. So
Absolutely. Yes. 100%. Okay. All right. So yeah, we're okay. So the number one, enough of my list. The number one.
Number one, you ready?
The number one, Uncanny. Number one on his
ready?
list.
It's one that you know.
Okay.
It is comes from a place that is close to both of our hearts. It is Lady Bird.
Don't
I'm
tell
just
me that.
kidding.
Okay, I was gonna say I was about to end this stream.
Although I did watch Lady Bird this week. That was one of the movies.
You did.
And I specifically did so because in a past stream or phone call, one of the two, we had talked about Greta Gerwig, and you talked about how much you disliked Lady Bird, if I recall correctly. And in general, we're not a big fan of Greta Gerwig. And so I wanted to troll you by doing that joke where I made Lady Bird number one.
What's so funny is I almost said, and please don't say Lady Bird. I almost said that. but I'm like, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I hope he doesn't.
And of course I did, but just to troll you. But
yeah.
my wife brought up, because she had seen Lady Bird once before, and I told her this joke, because I run my best comedy routines. I run by her to see if I get laughs, right? And so she said, "Listen, if you really want to talk shit about Lady Bird, you need to at least watch it." So she convinced me, and I did.
And that's fair. That's a fair statement. Yeah.
That is fair. So after we're done with the actual good list, I would like to talk a little bit of shit.
Okay. Good. Please. Yes, I'll look forward to that. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
But my actual number one.
Let's talk about the number one list. Positive movies. Yes.
My actual number one, and unfortunately, this is out of the running for you off the bat, is Grease. And
wow. Okay.
The reason is that I completely understand why you didn't put it in your top 10, even though you did put it as an honorable mention, which I think is respectable.
Of course, yeah.
And the reason is one, musicals are not always everyone's favorite, and I get that. They're not even my favorite for the most part, right? But and two, it is like this Grease is kind of like it's kind of like American Graffiti, in the sense that like it's an encapsulation of basically like when the boomers were young and like had some extra money and like had some freedom, and they basically went out like being greasers and like like going to like malt shops and all that stuff, right? And so I understand that it's a little old. I did personally grow up, and actually, funny enough, my wife did too. So we bonded over Grease since early in our relationship, and we watched it probably like 20 times together.
Wow.
And it's just, I know but like the songs are good. They're a great combination of lighthearted and funny, but also like they further the plot, or they kind of give like an outward expression of the internal kind of dynamics of the relationships. it's beautiful because like my dad grew up without a dad, and so him and his friends basically tried to discover what being a man meant. And just like the T-Birds, right? Danny Zuko and all of his friends, how do they like show that they're cool and manly? They wear leathers, they get into fights, they drive cars, like, and they
Yeah.
get chicks. And that's what my dad did because like, well, that's what young men think that being manly is if they don't have like a positive male influence, right?
Mhm.
And so like, but you see this evolution through like the movie of Danny Zuko and his friends realize that like posturing is basically like lame, right? Like trying to be cool is like actually like, no, you guys are just insecure. And like they kind of grow up through the movie. Like they all have like the group of women and the group of guys, like they have internal kind of dynamics and they also have related dynamics with each other, right? It's just, it is fun. There's conflicts that are serious to them, even if like in the scope of life they're silly, right? But that's like high school, right? It's like, oh man, I got in a fight with Sandy and like she's never gonna forgive me and like my life is over. And it's like, or oh, I got the big race, man. We gotta win this race. Our entire reputation's on this race, right? And you're just like, it's so dumb, but like it's so earnest that you just can't help but love it. And I love this music. I love the nostalgia for me personally. I think that it's like encapsulates a period of Americana culture that is gone forever for better and worse, right? And it's just, and it's like it does bring me back to when I had a close knit group of guy friends, right? And like we started to have girlfriends and started to hang out with groups of girls that we kind of merged into one bigger group, and it's just it's very relatable. And yeah, so that's why it's my number one. And it really is, in some ways it is timeless in the sense that it's not so bent on in time um callbacks, right? Like there's not so many pop callbacks that like the entire movie rests on it. So
Right.
like you can watch it today, like a teenager today could watch Grease, and some cultural things he wouldn't understand, but he or she'd be able to understand the general thrust of what's happening.
Right. Well, because it's in that era. It's in the 50s and the 50s
Yes.
bubblegum era. It is a cool, like, I love anything in the 50s. I love the cars. I love the drive-in movies, the outfits, the music. And I mean, but it's a 70s movie, right? It's a 70s movie set
Yes.
in the 50s, which is interesting when you think about
And
it.
fun fact, John Travolta, so this movie was originally a play. Not
Yes.
it was a theater play.
Yep.
And John Travolta, when he was younger, actually played one of the T-Birds. He wasn't Danny Zuko, but he was
Oh
one of
wow.
he was, I think, like the one that's kind of fat in the movie. I think he may have played him.
Oh wow.
And so when John Travolta was growing, when he was like a teenager and he was doing theater, right, being one of the T-Birds, he talked about how he always loved the role of Danny Zuko and how he wanted to be someday play Danny Zuko, right? So when he got offered the role in Grease, he basically got to live out his dream of playing Danny Zuko from when he was younger. So I mean that's pretty cool. He also stole a song from I forgot the name of the guy, Kaneki, the guy who owns the car, right? He was supposed to in the play, Kaneki sings Grease Lightning, the song where
Oh
they're
no
repairing.
way. Oh what? That's like
And
the flagship song.
and
Grease.
John Travolta
No
said that
way.
that was one of his demands when he got signed for the movie, is that he would get to sing Grease Lightning as the main singer instead of Kaneki. So
Wow. Because that's really interesting. Because I never knew. Because I can't think of it anything other than him as singing "Grease Lightning."
exactly, he owns it. And actually, it's interesting. We were my wife and I started after Olivia Newton-John passed a couple of years ago.
Yes. R.I.P.
We,
R.I.P.
I know and we were like, it was really sad. We were like watching YouTube videos of like they had a reunion and like her and John Travolta, like they're way older, but they were like dancing
Oh, they
together.
still brought it back. Oh yeah. I mean, they
And
still got it. They still have
and
it.
and it's like, and so we were watching this interview with Olivia Newton-John, and she was talking about how when she was negotiating the contract, she did not have a single song that was just her solo song, right? And so she actually negotiated, and they wrote a whole song for her to have a song where it's her main number.
But isn't that one of the worst songs? Wasn't that one of the worst? Which song is that? Or maybe I'm thinking of the Willy Wonka song.
Willy Wonka. Oompa,
No,
Loompa.
no. There's a song. No, if you forget, there's a song that I guess everyone skips over. It's the mom singing the song, and she's singing this really depressing song, like "We're poor and no one cares." And
No,
it's like this really.
That's not Grease, but that's
I know,
funny.
but
That might actually be Charlie in the Chocolate. They did share one bedroom. It was a living room with 5 or 6 people.
which
And
by the
they
way,
rule.
which by the way, they're like, I remember seeing a meme. It's like Merry Christmas to everybody except for Grandpa Joe, who faked being sick for the longest time until Charlie won a ticket to the Charlie factory, and then he jumps up out of his chair. And now he's all of a sudden he's healthy. Oh, I'm okay now. I can be productive. So.
Oh, dude, I know. So we watched the new Willy Wonka with Timothy Chalamet in it last year, and then we ended up watching the original Gene Wilder version because I do that where, like, if my wife wants to watch a new movie with me, it's a remake. I basically spend half the movie criticizing of how worse it is than the original. And then we just end up watching the original, and then I get proven correct, right? But
of course, yeah, of course. Well, I mean, typically 9 times out of 10, the original is better.
Oh yeah,
9.9. I mean, especially when it comes to that, the Timothy Chalamet one, Charlemagne one, I just didn't care for. I tried watching it.
It's all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting concept. Oh, how did Willy Wonka start his chocolate factory? But he wasn't. It seemed like him trying to be quirky too much, rather than Gene Wilder, who already was really quirky. You know what I mean? It's like someone acting, pretending to be this quirky. Oh, look at me. Oh, yeah, I'm quirky. Oh, you know.
Well, and it's also like, it's kind of like the Flanderization effect of stuff. Is like, so like when Gene Wilder was Willy Wonka, Gene Wilder, like, his character liked to bring joy to, like, kids, right? Like, that's one of the reasons why he liked to make candy, right? But he also was kind of like a mad scientist, so he liked to invent new types of crazy candy because he can. Like, that's kind of the vibe you get, right? And he's always a little nuts. And they because he was kind to Charlie, I think that when they made that movie with Timothy Chalamet, they turned him into this like kind of almost like an advocate of justice, and you're just like, I don't know, that's not the vibe I get from Gene Wilder. He seemed awfully happy when Augustus Gloop shoved his butt up that tube,
yeah,
right?
exactly. It's dark comedy. It's like he didn't like the kids. He didn't like. Not only did he not want the kids, he didn't like any of them. He thought they were all brats, and rightfully so. Most of them were.
Oompa Loompas, right? Is like, you're like, these Oompa Loompas are like, does he tell them? Was he like, listen, I can guarantee you there's going to be some rotten stinkers. Can you guys come up with some songs as we go along how to make fun of them for how they've screwed themselves over? Oompa Loompa. And who do you blame? The mother and the father. Oh, too much, man.
That's awesome. Anyway, but yeah, going back to Grease, no, it is a timeless classic. I guess, again, you grew up more with it. I didn't really grow up with it as much, and I appreciate it for its work. But yeah, I mean, and that's a fair assessment of being number one, which I'm glad is not Lady Turd or Lady Bird.
Speaking of the mother and the father, we'll get to that. But I will end it with this. There's the end is amazing to me because Olivia Newton-John's character basically pulls a McLovin where she goes from being like this basically almost like virtuous, virginal teenage like pinnacle of like positivity and niceness and like purity, right? Like they make kind of like like one of the characters sings a song poking fun at her about that, right? And but then she shows up at the end, and Danny Zuko, he's matured to the point where he's like, listen, like I love this girl, and if I want this girl, I need to make changes to basically show that I can be more than just some like smooth talking greaser, right? So he does track just like you, and he wins his Letterman, right?
Well, I
And
did cross
then
country, not track. It's
oh,
different.
okay,
Different
sorry,
sports. Different sport.
sorry,
Very
sorry,
different
sorry.
sports. Very
Listen,
different.
running is running in my mind, but
No, I know. I never thought cross country was a sport until I had to run, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this is a sport. This definitely is a sport.
So, but he shows up in his Letterman, right? Because he's like, I want to meet her where she's at,
Mhm.
and which is a very maturing sort of sentiment, right? It's like, listen, if you love somebody, you have to be willing to adapt and like to meet them where they're at to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
And then she shows up and she's dressed in black leather and smoking a cigarette, and then he goes, Sandy? And she goes, tell me about it, stud. And then she flicks the cigarette down and tries to stomp it out, but sucks at it because she's not really a badass.
Right. Yeah.
And then they sing the classic, you're the one that I want, you are the one I want.
Ooh,
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 ooh, honey.
ooh. Yeah.
But
Well,
I,
like
I
as
just
soon as
love
you
that.
say it, as soon as you say the word Grease, all the music just gets stuck in my head immediately.
Oh yeah.
Right. And that it is showing that it is a good. It is good. It's a good story. It's a fun movie. It's lighthearted, but it does tackle some serious things. Tackles relationships and the era and growing up
Yep.
and getting older and having friends. And there's the guys, and then there's the girl side, and it shows the kind of a battle of the sexes a little bit,
Yep.
and yeah, yeah,
It's just a yes, exactly. It is like it's like a crystallization of the like 60s kind of like culture, right? Post-war kind of boomer teenage culture. Um
Oh, sorry.
and
Was it supposed? Is it 60s or 50s? Is it
or
supposed
it
to be
might it
60s
might be
then?
like 50s.
50s,
Yeah.
60s. Okay, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's sometimes it's before
Maybe
the
late
sexual
50s.
revolution and
Okay.
like the
Yeah,
hippies.
exactly. Yeah. Still the whole kind of the whole
There's
situation.
no hippies to be found. So it could be like
Thank
late
goodness.
50s,
Yeah.
early 60s, right?
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
Vietnam War, so like
Right.
it's
Yeah. Yeah. No,
definitely before
50s.
like
50s.
64, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's just and it really is like a slice of life with some really good music and some really good actors and actresses, and it's a I can understand why it's not on somebody's top 10, but I also would argue, regardless, it at least deserves
You're
an
like,
honor.
I can understand why it's not on somebody named Tremain Hayhoe's top 10.
Somebody who's wrong. Top 10.
Somebody who has no idea what he's talking about. Someone who has
Okay.
Bring It On his top 1.
It's number one.
Hey,
You know what?
but
I'll say I'm impressed. We got a couple matching, and I don't think there was any. I think the only choice of mine that you actually
the hot chick was
was the
absolute.
hot chick.
That was
And I
obtuse.
can understand that, and I'll take
Yeah.
ownership just like you take ownership
Yeah.
of Bringing
No,
On.
I know Bring It On. Yeah, I know. I knew. And it comes completely out of left field for
It
most
does,
people.
but
It does.
I get it.
Yeah. But it makes sense. The way I explain it, though, it makes a lot of sense. And I think,
It-
and again, though, when we grow up watching these movies, it is the timing of things. Like you think about the time where you're at. Where are you at in your life when you watched it? Right? Some
Yep.
movies are a little bit different. You watch it like, oh my gosh, I like this movie, and then you watch it later, and then you're like, oh, I like it even more, or you're like, oh wow, I liked that movie back in the day. Really?
Yes.
That's what. So I mean, a lot of that has to do with it, but a lot of these movies, they stand up for what they are.
Yes.
And you take them at face value. And I love those. I mean, there is something about those 90s, the 90s, early 2000s teen movies that they made statements. They kind of went for it. For better or for worse, as ridiculous some of them were.
And some
They
of them
really-
were crazy, man. Like some of them
Oh.
when you watch it today and you're like, wow, there was like 13-year-olds watching this. Like this is pretty nuts.
Oh, I know.
Like,
and I was one of them. I was 13 watching this, it's like, but I didn't watch American Pie till later in life, till I was actually 17, I think, to watch. I was able to watch American Pie or even Clueless. But yeah, anyway, Bring It On. But But yeah, I think it's a
There we
solid
go.
list, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, we had a couple that were we had Mean Girls the same at number 9, and we had Napoleon Dynamite right at number 2, both of us.
Yep. Number
Yeah,
2, exactly. Super
yeah,
Bad was pretty close. We were
yeah.
within
4
one
and
on
3, 4
Superbad.
and 3. Yeah, I mean that's pretty darn good. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
Um,
man. That was fun. I loved doing this one. And like I've been super bit like I basically haven't had a single day off from work in 2 weeks. So
oh
like
wow,
I've been basically surviving through sheer willpower, deadlines at work, and caffeine, right?
there you
But
go.
even then, I found time to watch some of these movies because it's just they're so good. Like I was talking with my wife, and she was like, "Okay, well, what movie do you want to watch from the list?" And I was like, "All of them. Like all of
Yeah,
these
right.
movies are
Yes,
great." Like,
yes. Yeah, like yes, I want to watch. Yes, is the answer. Yes. Yeah.
okay,
Well, yeah, because there isn't a bad movie on the list, other than the hot chick. But and to each their own.
well,
To each their own. But I mean, hey,
that's
solid
fine.
list. Both of us, I think had a solid list. So yeah,
So,
applaud. Okay.
Lady Bird,
Okay. All right. So Lady Bird, let's get into it. We had to get into this at some point.
yes, because
Yeah.
it is probably the newest teen movie that I've seen in terms of
Okay.
when it was created.
And you watched
I,
it recently. When did you watch it?
like 2 days ago,
Oh wow. Okay.
or
So it's
like
fresh.
yesterday,
Okay.
so it's
Yeah.
fresh.
So it's fresh. Okay.
Okay, so my thoughts are, you know me, I'm a fair judge, and I give credit where it's due, both good and bad.
Right.
I will say this: I like Timothy Chalamet as an actor, even though he
Oh,
plays the
hold on,
biggest.
hold on. This is one of the first roles he was ever in. So you'd have to kind of forget everything he's ever been in and just see him
Okay, fair enough.
for the first
Then,
time.
if this is the only movie I'd seen him in,
Yeah.
then I would say he played a really good pretentious d-bag.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And like, and it's one of those things of like, you know how sometimes like this sounds really bad, but like sometimes somebody will take advantage of somebody else, right? And then you kind of like hear the story, or you know what's going on, and you like almost blame the person who was victimized as much as the person doing the victimizing. Right? It's kind of like you know, it's just the main character,
It's
and
it's
I
like
don't.
it's like it'd be like a person that's in Brazil walking down a dark alleyway at 3 a.m. Well, I was
Well,
walking down a
flaunting
dark
money,
alleyway
right?
at 3 a.m. flaunting money around, and I somehow got robbed. It's like
Yeah, exactly, right? Or like it's like that meme where like the guy's riding the bicycle, and then there's like a label on a stick, and he shoves it in there,
yes, it
right?
was. Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yes.
basically, and it's like, listen, this guy is in a band. He is attractive and smug and cool, and he is a popular kid. And you think that he's a virgin based off of a half second him going, "Oh yeah," like what? Like I just and that's the thing about this movie. So the actors and actresses actually did pretty good. I thought.
Mhm,
Like I thought the
mhm.
acting was fine.
Right.
They acted like teenagers, which is
Yeah.
what's the point? So I'll give props to the acting. And I would even say for the main actress, right, the protagonist, Lady Bird, the actress herself did a great job of portraying a pretentious Wednesday Addams style teenage girl that makes me want to I don't know, like throw myself off a cliff whenever
Yeah.
I have to hear
I,
talk.
yeah. I was gonna say gouge my eyes out with a grapefruit soon, but it's each
Yeah,
their own.
right.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
shove
Yeah.
burning candles in my ears, right? Like
Yeah. And by the way, she's not even American. She's an
she's
Irish.
Irish.
She's Irish. Yeah.
She is.
Yeah.
You know
But
what?
again, yeah, the acting wasn't right. Wasn't the issue with the movie.
No,
Right. The
not at
actors
all.
were good. Yeah. Actors were
And
good.
it's one of the thing that's frustrating is like if you have a movie where the main character is an egotistical bastard, but it's written in such a way that you know that even if they are the main character, it's basically kind of like a character drama about their own personal failings ruining themselves, right? Like Citizen Kane, right? It's like
Yeah.
Citizen Kane, the whole movie is that Citizen Kane becomes the thing that he hates, like hated
Right.
when he was young. And so when you see what's his name? I forgot his name, but when you see Kane's like life falling apart, you're like, well, this is like a story about the tragedy of him becoming the thing he hates. Right? It's like Anakin
Yeah.
Skywalker, right?
Right.
You're like,
Yeah.
at the end, you're like, well, yeah, I mean, the dude killed like 50 kids, like, and destroyed the Jedi. Like,
I slaughtered
yeah,
them like
okay.
animals. I slaughtered them like animals.
Right?
And not
And it's
just
like,
the women, but the
children.
not just the men. No, sorry,
the
yeah, not just the
women.
men, but the women and the children too.
Right? And you're like,
Anakin.
and you're like, well, I'm okay with him being burned to a crisp. Right? Like, okay. Oh no, the dude who's genocidal maniac who slaughters innocent children is like, so, but like that's not what I get in Lady Bird. What if I had to be as generous as I could? Lady Bird is a story about a about a girl who is estranged from her parents because of her family dynamics and is desperate for validation and therefore does anything she can, no matter how stupid, to get the validation from her peers. Right? So, like, she nearly names herself Ladybird. Why? Because Christine is too boring. Nobody's going to care about it, Christine. She's like,
Right.
she joins the theater because she wants to be the main actress on the center of the stage so she gets validation from people. She becomes friends with the cool girl because she thought that something she said was funny once, and then she bangs the hot guy so that she can get validation that she's special, right? She can't go to UC Davis or even Berkeley, which, by the way, is somebody who comes from a working class family. The idea that Berkeley is like a low tier school that you just kind of go to because you
I
can't get anything
forgot
better.
that they even framed it that way because
They
I've always
did.
seen I've always framed
Berkeley was top
Berkeley as like
tier.
the top tier. Yeah. Yeah.
And
top
like,
tier.
and it's
Like
frustrating.
I could see UC Davis or like for me because I can relate to a lot of it.
Well, I didn't want to
because
stay in Sacramento because I'm from here too, right?
well, exactly, and like when I saw Sacramento State, I'm like, well, that's not a real college. It's Sacramento,
No,
right? It's not
that's
a real college.
ARC. That's
Yeah,
one step above ARC.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you're born and raised, so I get that, right?
Yes.
But to say Berkeley is not, I mean, Berkeley is a prestigious school.
Yes, and it's like her desperate, like she has to go to the New York school on the East Coast, right? It is, and maybe this is like, I'm going to use a word that I usually make fun of, but I'm saying it kind of cheeky. It's maybe a little triggering for me because coming from Sacramento, like, my feelings on Sacramento. I'm actually not a big fan. So in some ways I commiserate with Lady Bird, right? With Christine's character.
Yeah.
But there is this like attitude found amongst a lot of people in Sacramento that like they think that they're hot shit and like they like are like wannabe San Franciscans.
God, you hit it. Except for the San, they're like even you don't even have to say wannabe San Francisco. They think they're hot shit, but they're wannabes. That's what it is. But they're wannabes. Yes, because they haven't left the city and actually competed against a lot of world class people that have been going like somewhere like L.A. or New York. Yeah, okay, I get that. But yeah, I want to go to New York. Okay, I want to go to L.A.
Yes.
I get that. Right, go from Sacramento, go to L.A., go to New York. Go to Nashville, go to these cities that are known for either music or film or television, whatever it is.
Yeah,
acting,
I get it.
Yeah, right. But she literally spends the whole movie shitting on Sacramento. And then she leaves Sacramento and then the movie ends. It's like, oh, you
Well,
got
and
you got what you
and
want.
and like that's the thing is like, and okay, so like I will say this: Greta Gerwig did write a movie that captured a lot of real life things. So in that sense, she wrote a great script because like I as a Sacramentan, although I'm sure this could be said for anybody from like a medium-sized city and kind of like of not very much repute, right? Um, is like we I know people like her family. So like one of my exes had a very similar dynamic as Lady Bird in this movie, where like her dad was like very like the fun guy, like I want to be your friend kind of parent, and her mom basically had to pick up the slack for discipline. And it made it so that for until they were basically adults, right? Or until my ex was an adult, like she developed a very close relationship with her mom. But when her entire childhood, she was like her mom was like the bad guy, right? And like
Yeah.
it was very frustrating. And because it basically made it's like, and like that's the vibe that I got was like Christine Ladybird is like, my dad's the good guy, right? And
Mhm.
like the whole movie, like the mom is like trying to tell her, like, listen, he also is dealing with a lot of stuff. He just tries to seem like the good guy to you because he wants you to be happy. And that makes, and she literally says at one point, it's like, that makes me have to be the bad guy because I have to be realistic. And like
Uh-huh.
that's basically like that's a real dynamic that happens. And that's why at a certain point, like I was talking to my wife about it, is the number one problem with the main character is not even really the main character. Although she's annoying and she makes
Yeah.
plenty of mistakes, but
And
she's pretty young.
she's unlikable is the problem.
She
I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
she is unlikable, but you can see where a lot of this comes from is like her brother is like so like her parents are I'm gonna get a little bit political. Is that okay if I just get a little
Yeah,
political?
do it. Whatever. Yeah,
Okay.
whatever you want.
Her parents are like the quintessential Sacramento liberals,
Mhm.
right? So
Yeah.
like her dad is not the man of the house. Like at one point, I mean, it's just
Obviously.
true, right? Like
Obviously. Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
it's just and like he's like he obviously loves his kids, but he has absolutely no spine.
Right.
Like, and therefore, like, so like the mom, and like it's not his fault he loses his job, right? Like that's a tragedy, but like, like there's like a scene where they're talking like the mom's talking about how he's taking depression pills, and I'm like, and I understand, like some people really suffer depression. It's a real like I've had close friends and family that do, right? And I've suffered situational depression in my life. Like I get it, it's tough to deal with. But he like doesn't take up the responsibility of actually enforcing the law in the house. He raises these kids that are just so entitled and smug. Like
Mhm.
at one point, like Christine says, "Don't be a Republican," because like her friend says, "Well, in New York, like this is right after 9/11,
Yeah.
right?" And so like people are like afraid, like, well, New York just literally got the Twin Towers exploded out of nowhere.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
it could happen easily, could happen again. And and when she said her friend expresses that about her going to New York and like the danger of a terrorist attack, she's like, "Don't be a Republican." And like it's just like and and like her brother is like a vegan and like he like calls her racist at one point because she basically implies that he got into Berkeley because he was Mexican, right?
Mm.
Um and it really is like it is written from the perspective of a smug liberal teenager who doesn't know anything about the world, doesn't really know anything about herself, and was not really raised, I think, with in a way that was very was strict enough, if I'm being honest, or like in some ways overly strict. And so it creates a sense of entitlement, even though there's nothing that's deserved there. Like the whole plot of the movie is that her grades suck, not because she's necessarily stupid, but because she doesn't try at all. And
Mhm.
she wants to go to a top tier school. And she's like, I didn't even get into Berkeley. It's like, dude, I had like a 3.7 in high school. Like I was no slouch.
Yeah.
I didn't get into any UC.
Right.
Like I went to a CSU. And that's fine because like I'm not smug and entitled, right? Like I
Right.
was just happy I could go to
Exactly.
any school.
Yeah.
So that's
Yes.
my take. That's my general kind of take.
Well, you nailed it on the head. And I like to call this movie it's like Napoleon Dynamite except without all the likable characters.
Yeah, basically, right?
Right. Yeah. So it's a completely irreverent movie where her lesson, what lesson did she learn? The whole time, what she wanted to do. What did she want to do since day one? Since the scene one in the movie? What did she want to do in the movie?
Go to New York.
Okay. But not just go to New York. Where did she want to leave?
Sacramento.
She wanted to leave Sacramento. It was mainly, I want to leave Sacramento. I need to get the hell out of Sacramento. I need to leave Sacramento. I hate Sacramento. Sacramento sucks. I hate Sacramento. Screw Sacramento. This sucks. I need to go to New York. I want to go to New York. I don't like Sacramento. Sacramento sucks. You're in Sacramento. You're in Sacramento. You're in Sacramento, Lady Bird. Oh, Lady Bird. Did you know you're in Sacramento? Yeah, I know I'm in Sacramento. That's why I want to leave. I want to go to New York. And then guess what? She goes to New York and the movie ends.
And here's the other thing. There is some. I think that you and I can both commiserate because we both grew up here and then we left and then we came back, right?
Yes.
And I've heard your stories of coming back, and I don't know. I don't want to speak for you too much, but it's coming back to Sacramento seems something like between I failed to stick where I was or an inevitability that I get dragged back in. And then once you're back, you kind of find people that you love, right? You join communities because that's what we do as humans, right? Is like we gravitate towards people that we're attracted to. I don't mean like sexually or something, but like people with some. I mean, you're a stud
something you need to say. Is there something?
But and I understand that because I said when I left home, I went as far away as I could while still paying in-state tuition, and I basically said I'll come back for the summer because I have basically nowhere to live, and I'll come back for and I'll like come back to visit family and friends that still live here. But I'm never moving back to Sacramento. I'm never doing it again. And then I followed my ex-girlfriend back here. And
hello.
And I'm just gonna, and then I started my adult life again here. So like, I get it, but like, I understand the ending. The ending, I think I do.
But at the same time though, no. She could have said, look, she gets her dream, but if there was some type of redemption arc where she said, you know what, Mom, you're right. Like I should be grateful more. I am grateful for the time I had. I'm grateful for my time. You guys took me to private school in Sacramento. I'm able to go to this school in New York, but it's like she just couldn't wait to ditch Sacramento, and then she ditches Sacramento, and then the movie ends. So it's like,
there is the scene there. I will correct you just a little bit.
Okay.
There is the scene where, so she gets wasted at a party, and then she pukes and basically passes out, and they call the ambulance, and she gets brought to a hospital, right? Mm-hmm. The next day, she goes to church. She goes to a church. It doesn't show her in mass, so you don't know if she just goes inside, right? But like, there's a greeter, so the implication is that she probably went to mass.
Yeah.
And then she calls her mom at the end and leaves a voicemail, basically saying that she loves her. So there is a little bit of that, but that's one of the issues is this is meeting this character more than halfway, right? Because this isn't like I'm sorry I've been such an entitled piece of shit. Like,
right.
Yes. Like,
yeah.
I'm sorry that I basically drove this giant wedge between you and Dad about they made him lie to you about the college stuff. Like, I'm sorry that like, that I don't, talk about how much like, how much you sacrifice for me and stuff like, and I get that because realistically, a lot of people are very stubborn. And when the more entitled people are, the more proud people are, the harder it is for them to
Oh, they'll
do
dig in
that.
their heels. Yeah. They'll.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And so
Yeah.
if I'm putting myself mentally into Christine's shoes,
Uh,
you know how there's some people where like if you get them, if they apologize to you, even if it's a simple apology, that's the most you'd ever get out of them. So you just take it.
right.
And
Yeah.
that's basically who she is. She's
Right.
an entitled brat who
Or they'll give you a half apology, or they'll say something like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't realize that I was actually not being the way that you thought that I was being." So anyway,
yes,
it's like,
exactly.
was that an apology? I guess.
And
I
so
guess.
and here's the thing is and this is where like I wonder, part of me wonders what Greta Gerwig as a person is like, because
I have a
obviously,
guessing. I have a guessing. She's like Lady Bird.
well, and then that's the question, right? Because obviously Lady Bird is semi autobiographical, right? Like she went to St. Francis, right?
Yep. Yep.
She filmed probably spots and locations that I recognized a bunch of the film. Like I've been to a bunch of these places or
People
driven
are
by
like,
them. Like,
people are like, "Oh my god, they filmed Lady Bird at Club Raven downtown." It's like this
right?
sidebar. Club Raven. You know, it has a cool sign. We'll give it that. You know,
Yeah.
everyone's seen if you've driven around Midtown.
Yeah,
You've seen
yeah, of course,
Club
right?
Raven. Club Raven.
You know, I'm surprised they didn't throw in Old Ironsides, right? Like,
But like, okay, sorry. I'll let you finish
yeah,
your thing.
I'll
and then
wrap it up really quickly. But
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'm wondering, so this is obviously autobiographical to some degree. And I just don't know. The one question that I have is this is I don't know what Greta Gerwig is like as a person. If the movie, if she is like, if this is the best, if she thinks that what happened at the end of the movie was redemptive to the degree that you would want to see as a movie viewer, right?
Mhm.
Then I would say that Greta Gerwig may be quite entitled and shallow and petty as a person. Because the only kind of person that you could see, like they could see what her character arc was, is somebody who is basically as petty as Christine as a character.
Yeah. So you said it, not me. You nailed
But
it, not me.
but I will say this. It may be that Greta Gerwig is not like that. It's that she may know people or have had a friend like that, and this is kind of like her attempting to work through or like show kind of like there is a flaw with being this stubborn and alienating yourself from your family like this. Like, and the flaw is you're basically stuck in New York, missing your family, and
Right.
you're too proud to go back home.
Well, and you know, look, I'm sure she's a nice person, Greta Gerwig. So
Yeah, we
yeah.
don't know
So
Greta Gerwig as a person,
yeah, we
so
don't
I'm
know.
not gonna.
But what I will say, she graduated 2003 from St. Francis all girls school. I graduated from Jesuit 2005 all
Are you
boys school.
Timothy Chalamet? Is that who that was
Well,
inspired?
when yeah, exactly. I had the same hair. I had the same exact hair. No, well, when he did say, because I didn't know it was him when it came out, because I saw it before Timothy Chalamet's gotten so big. But when he goes, oh, that's tight. Like that's that time. That's 2003 Sacramento. You know, it's oh yeah,
Yep.
that's tight. Like people said that's tight. So I can relate to 90% of this movie going to all single sex. Well, actually, it's co-ed in her movie, but for Greta, she went to a single sex school in Sacramento the same time. So my freshman sophomore years, she was a junior senior, so she's 2 years older than me, and yeah, she grew up the same period. Like St. Francis is 1 mile away from Jesuit. 1 mile. Are you are you here? Are we with you
It's
here?
close. No, I am. I'm here.
But if you know about a name of someone named Noah Baumbach, okay, his name is Noah Baumbach. He has written some famous things, and he produced a lot of famous things as well. He made a movie called The Squid and the Whale. He wrote it back in the day. He's more prolific as a writer. And he wrote Fantastic Mr. Fox, a movie, Wes Anderson movie, a very, very cool stylistic movie. He was a very, very successful writer. Okay. Now, Greta Gerwig ended up meeting this man, Noah Baumbach, after he was very successful in Hollywood, after he was famous, after he was rich. And lo and behold, hey, she's a filmmaker herself, right? She wants to make movies herself. And she made a little movie called Lady Bird a little bit after she knew, and actually 10 years after she had met and slept with, or been with, her now husband, Noah Baumbach. So Noah Baumbach was her into Hollywood. All right.
Oh, okay.
And no one wants to say that. No one wants to admit that. Okay. But this is how she got her job, right? Lady Bird came out in 2017. Noah Baumbach had been relevant since 2005. He had already been paid tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars to write and direct movies for 12 years before Greta Gerwig met him. And, you know,
Okay.
so you kind of learn, oh, wait a second. Oh, how did she get that job? Oh, how did she get that movie made? Oh, you learn. Oh, that's why. That's why.
Yeah. It all kind of lines up.
Yeah. Were you aware of that? Did you know that?
I did not know that at all.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't really know much about Greta Gerwig except for she's from Sacramento. The only two movies that I know about her are Lady Bird and Barbie. And
Of
Barbie
course.
was hyper overblown. And I think, you know how I haven't seen the movie, but I was an avid player of Minecraft back in the day.
Okay.
And
I saw the movie. Yeah.
I believe I remember you recalling that you did.
I never played the game. The movie was fun, though. Movie was fun.
The Minecraft movie, I get the feeling, is basically just an adventure with Jack Black and the guy from Aquaman.
Yeah, exactly.
And they basically took Minecraft and ripped off its skin and then plastered it on this movie in order to basically help it to sell the movie that they've made, right? Like,
yeah.
because real Minecraft is a bunch of semi-autistic nerds sweating it out for
Yeah,
2
I got
weeks,
it.
building literally 90% of the game is just right. I kind of feel like
it's like, dude, I grew up with Legos. I would actually build the Legos. I would have a house. I'd have a castle. I'd have a Western set.
Oh, don't challenge me.
I'd have an AT-AT. I'd have an AT-ST. I'd have a.
Don't challenge me.
I'd have an X-wing. I'd have an X-wing. I'll challenge you.
I have
when it comes to Legos, I will challenge you.
Listen, when you come over, you're gonna see a whole bunch of Legos that I've built.
Do you have the Death Star? Let me ask you this.
No, I don't. I do have.
I was gonna say you win automatically, but
when I have a little bit more time, maybe in the summer, I did get a Star Destroyer Lego set that I'm going to build.
Oh, that'll be cool. That'll be fun.
That will be that, but that's a big project, so that's why I need to make sure I have some time on the schedule to do it.
Well, hey, do a little bit of this, here and there, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, go back to Lady Bird. Here's the deal. So my whole thing with Sacramento. So there's Sacramento. Going back to your point. Okay, your point. Let's stay here. Let's stay focused here on Uncanny.
Yes.
So your point earlier was there's people from Sacramento that think they're this, and they're actually this, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, and this is a case where a movie is probably right here. Okay, I'm not gonna say it's there. I'm not gonna say it's the worst movie ever. But there's people from Sacramento that are saying, "Oh my God, Lady Bird is an incredible feature film. It's the most mind-boggling, amazing thing that ever happened to Sacramento." And by the way, did you know Sacramento is in the movie? Sacramento is in the movie, and they say the word Sacramento in the movie like 1,000 times.
But the whole movie is about how the main character despises Sacramento.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
that's like, listen, that's like
And
saying
the whole movie, she's shitting. She's taking a dump. She's taking a diarrhea, steaming dump on Sacramento the whole time. People are like, I love Greta Gerwig because she loves Sacramento. No, she doesn't. She actually hates Sacramento. She took a big
And-
piling, steaming dump on Sacramento the whole movie.
that's like watching the movie Falling Down with Michael Douglas I recommended recently and saying,
Yes.
this movie's great. It's done so much for Los Angeles. It's like the whole movie is about how terrible Los Angeles is. Like,
Right.
That's not. And like,
Well,
and
the thing is about Falling Down is a different story. It's more about how terrible the Michael Douglas character is and how and the city itself. But he was a crackpot. But that's another thing. The thing is, Lady Bird is a horrible character who hates Sacramento. So it's like, so you got someone who hates the city that they're born and raised in, and then she leaves, and then people from Sacramento, from that same city they shitting on, saying, "Oh my God, I love this movie because Sacramento is in the movie." It's like,
well, and like the thing is this too is, and you know what? Actually, this might not be unrealistic. Maybe because like I said, I actually share some sympathy with Christine's character because I'm not a giant fan of Sacramento. But that aside, like there's this whole thing of like where she pretends with the popular girl that she lives in the Fab 40s, and there is this constant reminder of like this class conflict between her family and like these rich people that go to Jesuit or St. Francis, right?
yeah,
And like here's the thing, that's not actually, I didn't grow up in the city of, I grew up in the county of Sacramento, so maybe it's a little bit different
Okay.
for me than like living downtown or something, right?
Well,
But
the same though. I wasn't
yeah.
downtown in
But
the
but
city.
I but like even me, right? Like I went to a school that was, I won't say the one, but it had a lot of there was a big rift between like poor kids and then like kids that have more money, but because of the programs there, like they're basically the rich parents just drove them like half an hour there, right?
Mhm.
And that's basically what happened to me too, because I was in advanced classes, and all of my family was working class. Like we didn't have a lot of money. Like we didn't even have an air conditioner for many years because like it broke and we just couldn't fix it, right? Um, and all of my friends, except for one that I met later in like senior year of high school, they were all like solid upper middle class, right? So like they own like 2-story houses and like they had
Yeah.
like nice car. And the thing is like I knew that I came from the broke family, but it wasn't like a giant deal. Like this
Yeah.
isn't Los
No one
Angeles
cares.
where
Yeah.
no, because like that's the thing is that Sacramento is so mediocre that like the rich of Sacramento are not like
Hey,
fantastic.
hey,
Sorry.
mediocre. You're like, we are small, but we are mighty. We are mighty.
Well, listen, you're a
I would not
Sacramento
call
nationalist.
Sacramento. I would not call
Well-
Sacramento mediocre, my friend.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree, but but I guess I'll rephrase in a way that's maybe a little bit more generous.
Well,
We're
that's
not
the thing.
the worst, and we're not the best in anything. We're kind of
Okay.
in the middle.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fair. Okay, but going back to what you were saying, it would be like saying, okay, so you said, okay, mediocre. The thing is, what you were saying, there's people, and I will admit, there's people in Sacramento that are mediocre at best, but they think they're like the top.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's
yeah.
the difference. It's like if you're from, no offense to anyone from Fresno that may listen to this in the future or maybe tuning in now. If you're from Fresno, you're like, yeah, I'm from Fresno.
Right.
Like,
right.
Fresno is
Yeah.
where and I don't know if this is
Fresno
because we're
makes Sacramento
close.
look like, freaking Dubai.
Yeah,
So,
right.
yeah.
And like, it's like I don't know if it's because we're kind of close to the Bay Area, or I think it's probably because we are in the nicest part of the Central Valley, right? Because we have all
Yeah.
these rivers.
Yeah.
And we also have the capital, which I think
It's a beautiful. I mean, look, outside of downtown, I agree with you, because when they built the new Kings Stadium, Doco is a lot better than what it was before, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot better than what it was, but still, it's still not great. I would still rather if I were to give an option to go to downtown Sacramento or to go to Roseville, I'm gonna go to Roseville. You know, I'm gonna
Absolutely.
go to yeah, I'm gonna go to
Any
Roseville.
day.
Any day, week, night, you know, day, night, morning.
Of course, man.
Yeah, I do not want to go to Sacramento. And again, her character was in downtown, so we give her that. Yeah.
But the
Okay.
difference
Maybe
is
it is a
like,
mediocre city. And if we're talking about like cities, I guess,
but
right?
like here's the thing. It's like I knew a girl that was I was friends with a girl that she basically like she was like 19
Oh,
and
you're
she,
friends with a girl who's 19? Okay, sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
And like obviously this is when I was way younger. But like I remember talking to her at one point and she is like, I'm going to New York because Sacramento is too small for me and I've done everything there is to do here. And but the thing is this is like that's obviously absurd. There is way more than any one person can do, even in Sacramento, right?
Yeah.
It's because she thought that she didn't want to be associated with what she saw as a mid-tier city. She wanted to go to New York. And it's
Yeah.
because she is like had an inflated sense of self, like I don't know, I don't want to say like worth, but like she had an oversized view of what, like she was like, I'm too big of a fish for this small pond. And I gotta be honest with you, like I've seen that so many times in Sacramento, and I'm like, but you're not though. Like I know I'm not. Like trust
Yeah.
me, I know. Like I'm wearing a ski mask on a YouTube channel, right? Like
But by the way, so my Trevor was like, you have a podcast with the Invisible Man. He's like he's a dude, because dude, if you look at it, the ski mask blends in with the wall perfectly. That's
it
the
does.
same.
Doesn't
It does.
It's
If you were to
great.
have, dude, if you were to have the same color hat and shirt, that would be hilarious. Like you would be the Invisible
Challenge
Man.
accepted. I'm gonna find it.
Okay. Oh, awesome.
It's gonna be like
Awesome.
a green screen.
That would be awesome. That's hilarious. But I mean, but look, like it's cool. You know, I've struggled with this. Okay, I've struggled with this my whole life because I went to LA and I went after it, and I love what I miss about LA is that I have people that do this for a living, that do what I do for a living everywhere. There's people everywhere, and people can relate. And here in Sacramento, when I tell people what I do, they're like, "Oh, really? You get paid for that?" And dude, and it is like I kid you not, man. It is the most annoying. How do you even say this? It's like it's annoying. It's placating, but they don't even. The thing is, they don't even know what they don't know, right? It's like, dude, I've been doing this. You know, I've been making videos professionally for 15 years. So whether I'm in Sacramento or if I'm in Botswana or LA or New York, I can still do the job professionally. But in Sacramento, there's a lot of weekend warriors that think that they're the top, right? And that's what's tough, where you don't have the same level people that are there.
All right. And what I meant, and by the way, this actually you perfectly illustrated what I meant by mediocre, which is, and I don't mean that like it's bad. What I mean is that like like when you talk to Sacramentans, right? Like as I have talked to many, they assume the reason why people would ask you, like, oh, you can make money with this. It's
Yeah.
not because they can't imagine that people make money making films. It's no one can imagine somebody making a living making films in Sacramento, right? Like,
Right.
like that's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
Like,
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
it
Yeah,
would be
that
kind of
is.
like, it's like, it's like going to, you know, I don't know. It's like going to like Montana and being like, I make money building software programs. And it's like, why are you in Montana? Like, why aren't you in
Yeah.
Seattle? Or,
Right.
but like on the other hand, so like on the one hand, it's like there's such low expectations for our own city/county. And on the other hand, there's so many people that like think that they're hot shit because they think they're amazing and they have low expectations of everything else.
And then at the same time though, there are a lot of people doing great things. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah.
there's multi-millionaires. I was flying a drone at a property that's beautiful. It's a vineyard. In Loomis. It's in Loomis. It's a vineyard. It's this huge house. It's got a pool, and yeah, grapes on the property. It's got 2 garages, not 1, but 2. And or
Nice.
sorry, three garages. Three
garages?
Two of them are detached garages, and one of them they use for their winery or their wine processing. So it's like there's people that do big things in Sacramento, and it's in terms of area, it's beautiful. It's nice. I like Sacramento. I like being close to my family. Like, okay, people can say, "Oh, Tremain, you gave up," and I don't see it that way because I'm doing what I love in the city that I love, near the people that I love. And I chose to live back here. This isn't a default thing. I'm like, you know what? I got tired and burnt out of LA. The whole LA thing, it's cool, but it's actually not that cool. I've been to the Grammys. I've been to the Golden Globes. I've been to the Emmys. I've been to these award shows. It's cool, but it's not that cool. No one actually really cares. People that are accepting these awards are reading off teleprompters. They already knew they were going to win the award. They already knew. Like the teleprompter was already set up.
It's just acting.
It's all acting, man. You learn how set up everything is down there. And I don't want to be a part of this stupid system. You know, there's people that are like, oh, yeah, you got to join the union. You got to get an agent. You got to get a manager. Okay, well, you know what? I would rather make less money, be independent, doing what I want to do, still making my own movies. And yes, I do want to get to the bigger level to get to the theaters at some point, and I will at some point. Yeah. But I could do that from here. You don't need to be in LA. Right. I mean, I talked to the cream of the crop, Francis Ford Coppola, and he goes, I don't like Los Angeles. I like Northern California, you know? And it's like, I said, hey, I like Northern California. He's like, oh yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, it's true. And I think, you know, it's kind of hard not. So like, I don't want to turn into like a whole conversation about Sacramento. Cause that's like that. We could do like a 5-hour thing just about Sacramento, but it's impossible not to discuss it because the movie itself is about Sacramento.
Well, and I swear there should be a hypercut on YouTube somewhere saying the amount of times they say the word Sacramento in the movie. Sacramento. Yeah, it's like, by the way, we are in Sacramento right now. It's like, yes, we know that. Like, I'm from Sacramento and I'm watching this movie and I'm like, why are they still reminding the whole audience that we're in, you know, so you're treating audience like they're idiots. You're trying to tell everyone that they're in Sacramento. You're trying to grift off of Sacramento because no big movies have happened here, quote unquote. And then you're crapping on Sacramento at the same time.
Well, it's because in Christine / Lady Bird's mind, Sacramento is synonymous with prison. Like that, I mean, that is what it is. So like, you know, if you're watching a movie, like if you're watching Con Air, right? Like we talked about last week.
Yeah.
Like
watch Con Air. Don't watch Lady Bird. Watch Con Air.
Yes, Con Air is far better. Like in Con Air, they make a big deal about them being in the prison and like, you know, and it's because it's a prison, right? Like it's and I think that this is missing from. And like I said, in some ways, I can definitely relate with, and I know a lot of my old friends that could relate with Lady Bird and her sentiments about staying in Sacramento, right?
Oh, and again, dude, 18-year-old me would agree 100%. 18-year-old me, yeah. When you're when you're a senior in high school, whatever hometown, whether it's Sacramento, whether it's Milwaukee, whether it's Las Vegas, you want to get the hell out of whatever the hell city you're in. Okay, that's just part of. You want to fly like a ladybird. Okay,
like a bird. It's like I get it, and I don't know how much people outside of people who live in Sacramento would get it.
Nobody cares about Ladybird outside of Sacramento. Have you noticed that? No one talks about Ladybird.
And have you noticed? It's because it's so autobiographical, about someone not interesting.
Thank you.
But that's the thing. It's like
it's like, dude, if it was a Napoleon Dynamite that was set in Sacramento, like We know it was in Idaho, but we don't know the actual city that Napoleon Dynamite was filmed in.
Yeah.
But we know it was Idaho or Utah. Sorry, Utah or Idaho, one of those two.
It was Idaho. Is where it's supposed to be set, but I don't know
Okay.
where it was
So
filmed. but
Idaho.
yeah.
So I know he's from Utah, but maybe yeah. So filmed in Idaho, and if it was filmed in Birmingham, Idaho, whatever, we'd be like, oh wow, like yeah, I want to go to Birmingham, Idaho because I love these characters, I love this location, I love the setting. Even if he's talking crap about it, you want to go there. But then the way they set
Well,
it
you
up,
notice nobody talks crap about their home.
no. That's
in
true
Napoleon
because they're
Dynamite.
grateful, they're happy, they're simple, they're living more
It's
of a
just
simple
home.
life. Yes, it's
Yeah.
home. They're not whining. They're not. They're complaining about other things, not
Well,
where they're
and here's
living.
the thing. Like I'm big on family and community. Like I'm probably less individualistic than the average American, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm big into like you're folded into your family and your wider community and like your church community and like I all that, right? But I'm also big on like adventure. When you're young, you should go off on your adventure and go experience the world and take risks and you know meet new people, be forced to learn how to meet new people without any context, right? Because
Yeah.
it helps you to understand yourself and it helps you to gain worldly experience, which you can get wisdom from. So, like, but here's the difference, and this is the thing that's frustrating is I'm fine with Lady Bird as a character is super annoying. Like if I have known people like her and I don't get along with them because they're really annoying. Right? I'm friendly to everybody, but like those are not the people that I want to hang out with because I'm like, you're just like whiny and everything I say you just snicker at, right? It's just like it's just not there's no fun, right? There's no yes and everything is like, oh, you said yes. Oh, you're so stupid. Right? Like
Right. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, dude. I can't. And that is the thing. As soon as that like that type of mood, that type of character, it kills the mood for everything. It doesn't give you
yes.
anything.
And I can respect that she wants to go on an adventure. And I even support that kind of thing. I mean, I left
Yes.
Sacramento to go to school, right? And I didn't come back for 5 years. I mean, I came back in brief periods, but like there is no adventurous tone to it. Like when she gets to New York, she's has just as much of a shitty attitude as when she left.
Yes.
She gets wasted at a party, goes to the hospital, and then like meanders the city. And it's just like, listen, man, Home Alone 2, in Home Alone 2, Macaulay Culkin goes to New York, right? Where, by the way, he sees Donald Trump in
Well,
a
it is
cameo.
called Lost in New York. It is called Lost in New York. So he does
Yes,
go to New York. I can confirm
yes,
this.
he does.
Yeah.
When he goes to New York, he's like, "Well, this is crazy." He like goes to like this hotel. He goes to like this big old toy store. Like he goes to the Central Park. He meets a pigeon lady. Like
Yeah.
and it really is like you feel like a kid who somehow got like a credit card and you've been unleashed on an adventure in New York City. You don't feel that way in Lady Bird. It's like depression. It's like depressed.
Yeah, right. And she's you just I just remember that shot from outside the apartment in a high rise in New York, and she's at a
Yes.
party and she makes the phone call, and then the movie ends. And it's something where I think about other movies that we've listed on our list. How do these other movies end? The Breakfast Club, for example. How does that end? Oh, end of detention. They all leave. They go their separate ways. Hey, 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 hey. You know,
Don't you
forget about me. Don't,
But they all
don't,
connected
don't.
at the end and kind
They
of
all
learned
connected at
outside
the
of
end. Yeah,
themselves.
they all connect at the end. They learn outside of themselves. They walk into the sunset. There's a freeze frame at the end, and it ends, right? And it is. Don't you forget about me, which is very fitting. Don't forget about this conversation. Don't go back on Monday and pretend like you don't know the nerdy kid as the jock. You don't know the nerdy girl, weird girl who's
Yeah. Or even like Superbad, right? Which is not a serious movie. Like Superbad is an absurd movie, right? At the
Yeah.
end, They're at the mall. Jonah Hill goes with Emma Stone, and Michael Cera goes with the girl crush that he has. They reconcile. He says, Jonah Hill basically says, like, I'm sorry for being such an a-hole about this college thing, and I wish you luck, right? Like, you and Phil will luck.
Yeah.
And then they both separate, and they basically, I mean, it's implied that they basically get the girls that they liked because they matured enough to kind of be men and go off and make relationships with women.
In their separate ways, and then they'll continue to be friends. They'll probably go visit with each other. It's like the rest is history, and but it sets it up in a good way where the characters grow. The characters have changed. You any character that hasn't had any growth or change is a lost cause. It's a lost cause.
And there's one difference at the party. You know, she makes this big old thing about everyone has to call her Lady Bird when she's in high school, right? At the party,
Which if you're giving yourself your own nickname, that's insufferable.
I learned that in grade school, and I tried to get people to call me the J Man, and nobody went for it, and I gave up. Right, like you can't give yourself a nickname, like it just doesn't work. It's super.
Yeah,
cringy.
I want to be called Thor God. It's like no one's gonna call you that.
Tremain.
Okay, Tremain. If that is your real name. Yeah.
But like, so she introduces herself to the college guy, and he says, "What's your name?" And she says, "It's Christine." And he goes, "Okay." And then she asks him, "Do you believe in God?" And he says, "No, that's silly. Like the idea of God being silly." And she says a line, and it's the idea that you accept a name that your parents made up for you as yours, but you don't believe in God, but you believe that believing in God is silly, right? And this is like where part of me wonders if Greta Gerwig is unsure of herself as a person, because and once again, if it wasn't so autobiographical, I wouldn't personalize it to her. Right, but it is.
Well, she wrote it, she directed it. Obviously, it's personal. As a writer director, I can say that everything I write and direct is personal. Even Simp, right over there, it's autobiographical. Okay,
go watch it. You can watch it on YouTube. It's good.
Watch on YouTube. Thank you.
But you can write a character that's not a representative of you, right? Like you can write a character that is a human being, and you
easily.
have.
And I love writing people that are nothing like me. It's amazing. Yes. It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
But if you made a movie that had a character that had extreme similarities to you, right? Like I would be like, I would be like, okay, so this is like this is Tremain's story, right? This is in some ways how he saw his life and his relationships and himself. And I just don't know, because it's like, she literally at the beginning of the movie is eating unconsecrated hosts.
Dude, that bugged me. Like, speaking of the trigger word, I mean that did trigger me as a Catholic and someone who respects the host. And even if there were people at my school that weren't Catholic, they would never dare to do that. Ever.
No, that's completely sacrilegious. And then to joke around about it on top of that is like, no, trust me, that hit me too. By the way, like I said, Detroit Rock City is a really good movie, but there's also some stuff kind of like that. So just, you kind of have to.
But to me though, it bugs me because she was a Catholic and she was going to Catholic school.
And this movie's realistic. Detroit Rock City is absurd.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's absurd things where, like Blues Brothers, when he goes, "Oh, I've seen the light," and there's a huge light on him, and then all of a sudden John Belushi's doing backflips, and you know what I mean? It's like,
you're right. It's
over the top. Yeah, you could say, "Oh, that's sacrilegious," but at the same time, though, it's like these two. He's a prisoner that finds God, and he's on a mission from God.
And the movie is obviously hyperbole. Like everything about it's hyperbole.
It's over the top.
This movie is not hyperbole. This is something you could have seen. And I hope she didn't, right? I hope this is just kind of her writing. But you could have seen Greta Gerwig potentially self-writing insert where she was eating the unconsecrated hosts in a
I bet
flippant manner.
she probably did that at some point. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past her. I hope she didn't. I hope
I
she
hope
didn't.
she didn't either.
I
but
really hope she didn't. But like even to write a character to do that, that takes a certain type of person to do that. It would be like saying someone stomping on a hijab or it would be so if you were to take that in any other religion, people would there would be riots, right? But
Oh,
for
absolutely. There wouldn't be ladybird pictures painted on the sides of building in downtown like there is right now.
right. If she were to write a clown face on the image of Muhammad, could you imagine? You know what I mean? You know what I
I
mean?
mean, I don't have to imagine it. It's happened in France. I understood what happened.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
No,
But like, dude,
people will be freaking out.
yeah, exactly. So to me, that takes a certain level of disrespect for the material for her to, and then people are like, oh my god, it's filmed in Sacramento. She's a genius. Like, shut up. Like,
Well,
she's
and this is the thing that's like annoying, and this is why I don't want to speculate. I don't know Greta Gerwig as a person. She might be a perfectly lovely person. Maybe these are thoughts that she had as a teenager going through some trouble, and then she wrote it down, right? But like she never
we'll give her
did.
every
Instead,
benefit of the doubt, right?
give her
Maybe
every
she
benefit
just,
of the doubt.
maybe she's trying to trigger
But
people, which
this
she
this
accomplished.
character, it's is like I can remove my personal dissatisfaction with actions like that, right? As a Catholic, this character, that scene is basically of her being a goofy teenager who has complete disrespect for every authority above her. Like that's what it. That's why she calls herself Ladybird, because she wants to get a rise. That's why she fights with her mom and disrespects her mom, because she's like the ultimate authoritarian, like authority figure. That's like a punitive person. She disrespects the church. She makes
She
like
just
she
like
makes fun.
Sacramento, like
She makes
nonstop.
fun of the nun by like putting stuff like "just married to Jesus" on her car. But the funny thing is like all of these characters that she has issues with and like basically disrespects, right? The people she chooses to respect all screw her over basically. And the
Yeah,
people that she disrespects, they all treat her with so much love and
right.
kidneys.
Which she did not deserve. Like she did not
No,
deserve any of it. Like she didn't deserve it.
like the harshest characters are her mom, who explains to her many times, like, I don't like to do this, but I have to because basically your dad won't lay down the law, right? And there is reasons for the things she does. And two is there's a college app lady who, when she was like, maybe I can get into Yale, and she's like, kind of laughs and says, "Listen, my job is to be realistic with you." And maybe that's a little harsh, but also like that is her job.
that
Like,
is her job. Yes.
and
Yes.
from I don't know what your grades are, but if you had to lie to get a B in math,
Yeah,
you ain't
probably
getting into
not good.
Yale. Sorry.
If you're getting a B in anything, you're not getting into Yale. Put it
No.
that way. Right? If you're
Yeah.
getting a flat B and a B plus in anything is a terrible grade.
So
Yeah.
and like that just adds to the irritation of watching that movie, and like why I am critical about like her parents, and it is like she's so entitled and she's so self-centered, and like her mom tells her this at one point. But like if you're having to tell this to your teenager when she's already like 18 basically, right? It's too late. Like you've
Yeah.
already raised an
E-
entitled kid. Like
Exactly. Yeah.
they're an entitled adult now, and there's nothing you can do about that. Now that's a them and the world issue.
And again, going back to watching a movie and enjoying a movie, there can be an entitled character in a movie. That's totally fine. It's realistic.
Yeah.
If the character is the main character and then they don't learn a lesson and then that's the whole movie, then I feel like I wasted my time watching this movie.
If you
And
make a movie where the main character is both entitled and is supposed to represent valid, like they aren't character flaws, they are seen as like valid, right? Like, well, how she feels is valid, and she's the good guy, but she's entitled. Then it's like, well, it just makes me despise the person that I'm spending 90% of the movie with.
Yeah. And again, look, I want from Sacramento. I was listening to a podcast about Sacramento Kings, who are the worst team in the NBA right now. Like literally, they
The
have the worst.
heartbreak that they have given me over my lifetime.
Given you, given me, given all of us.
All of us.
Someone said, right? It's like someone said we're like the dog that's been abused by their owner the whole life, and then someone tries to pet him, and they're like, oh, So, and anything that's good, you know what I mean? Like anything that's good.
You mean like the one season where we got to the playoffs and we were like,
yes,
whoa!
the Beam team. We got to the playoffs. The energy was lit. The thing is, Sacramento is passionate. We are a passionate group. Like, dude, we will get behind something and we will support it 1000%. We are dying for that. We are starving for that. We are thirsty for that. But all we do is get shit on time and time again. We have a great team. And then what happens? They fire the best coach that we've ever had in
Since
Sacramento.
I was a child.
Yeah, since Rick Adelman. We had Mike Brown. All of a sudden, we fired Mike Brown from Doug Christie.
Mid-season,
when he wasn't even doing that bad. And then
they lost like a few games.
Doug Christie, who is not a coach, he was a mediocre player at best. Sorry, Doug. You seem like a really nice guy. I love the fact that he punched, uppercutted Rick Fox. But you're a mediocre player at best, and you're a terrible coach at best as well, obviously. So, anyway, okay. The point is Sacramento. But Sacramento Kings fans are still showing up. We're at this abusive relationship. We're getting knocked down. We get up again every single time. But that's part of the reason why I'm back in Sacramento, because I want to give people in Sacramento something to root for, something to be proud of. I want people to say, like, Tremain Hayhoe made this movie in Sacramento, and you know what? It did not shit on Sacramento. It makes Sacramento proud. It makes Sacramento look good. Hey, did you ever think about that? Making a movie look good? There was another movie called One Battle After Another that was shot in Sacramento because they wanted the city to look bad. They literally said that. They wanted a shitty city, so they shot in Sacramento. And I'm
I'm just telling you, like, that's a really apt, that's a very apt metaphor, right? And I'm just telling you this, man. God bless you. Everyone who tries to make the world better, I'm supportive of, right?
It's not the world. I'm just Sacramento. I just want to see Sacramento win. I want to see Sacramento win in some ways. Come on, Harry.
I doubly respect your efforts. I'm just telling you this is Sacramentans expect to not win, and we love making fun of ourselves for not winning.
Well, and you're right. You're absolutely right. And that is the inherent problem where people are like, guess what? We lost again. Oh, we were up by 30 points and then we lost in the fourth quarter by, in overtime at the buzzer. Well, what else is new? Right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
And it's true. But that is part of the problem where people are expecting to lose in Sacramento only because we've lost time and time again. So what if we were to start winning in Sacramento? What if we were to start seeing ourselves in the city? Dude, we're the capital of the number 6 economy of the world, not just a state in the United States, of the world, of California.
Yeah,
number one capital, number 6 in the world. Yes, I know. We won't talk about.
I was gonna say, look at the robber barons inside of the capital. Like, that's unfortunate. That's just kind of like the way it goes, right? It's like,
I don't like that attitude. People say, "Oh, that's the way it is." Oh, Sacramento's always been terrible, so why don't we just keep being terrible?
Well, you didn't let me finish. To be
sorry.
fair, what I'm saying is that the capital is like the main engine of the economy in Sacramento, right? Like, that's the main engine of downtown. Is that the capital's there, so all the lobbyists are there, all the nonprofits, like a lot of headquarters for like political and sometimes economic centers are in Sacramento, and they're all within like downtown because that's where the politicians are that they basically try and get favor from, right?
Yeah.
Those politicians don't really care about Sacramento as a county or a city.
I don't think they care about anything, to be honest.
Maybe they
care about money. They care about money.
But they don't. Well, they do care about one thing. is their jobs. But the thing is, they don't need to appeal to Sacramentans for that because they get elected elsewhere. They just come
Right.
in to do business in Sacramento.
Right.
And so when you have basically, we're like, to put in kind of, I guess, grandiose historical terms, right? But like, we're like the imperial city, except for the imperial city is run by people that are all from different parts of the empire. So like, we're basically, it's kind of like almost in a way like Washington, D.C., right? It's like Washington, D.C. is basically been left to rot because the politicians don't get elected by Washingtonian DCians, whatever.
Right.
They just rule over the city, but they don't, their base isn't from there. So they like have their nice areas that are fenced up, and then the rest of it, they don't really give two dams about, right? It's almost kind of like that in Sacramento, where it's like, well, like Gavin Newsom, he doesn't have to care what Sacramentans think about him because he gets all of his votes from the Bay Area in LA. Like most of
And
the
from
Senate,
other
most
sources.
of the legislature-
Mail-in ballots.
well, yeah, no, well, that's neither here nor there.
So that's another
But like, you get what I'm saying, and I wonder if it's like we're almost doomed to have the Capitol because like we basically are
But
dominated.
see, even
by-
the fact that you said doomed, and you're talking about Sacramento. Look.
you know
And-
me, I'm a pessimist.
I know you. You are a pessimist, and that's the part of the problem. But I can't blame you for that because you have good reason. You got 30 some years of pessimist evidence of crappy things happening time and time again in Sacramento. But look, Sacramento is a beautiful location. We are like Folsom's gorgeous. We're near Lake Tahoe. During the daytime, San Francisco can be nice. Okay, I'll give it that. San Francisco can be nice, even though it's haunting and people jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
That was a bad thing to laugh at, I guess.
I know it's horrible, but like but there's a net out there, I guess. I don't know if it catches anyone, but people still jump off it every year, and they still okay. Anyway, the point is, we have a lot. We are the underdog. We're the perpetual underdog every single time. And the biggest problem, though, is that when a shitty movie, sorry I said that. Sorry, Mom. I need a confession. When a shitty movie comes along, like Lady Bird, people are like, oh my gosh, it's from Sacramento. So it's amazing. I'm in Sacramento. I'm starving for a movie that's in Sacramento. Please, let's just talk about this great movie because it's in Sacramento. It's in Sacramento. If you look at the movie, it shits on Sacramento and it does nothing but bad things for Sacramento. And the only people that are talking about this movie are people from Sacramento, like me and like you right now. So again, I want Sacramento to have a lot more to be grateful for, a lot more movies to be talked about. And I think we're going to be doing it. I'm going to be doing it. I don't give a shit if anyone else is with me or not. I'm doing it whether you guys are with me or not. I am there. I'm doing it. Go to patreon.com/Hayhoe Studios. Join the movement or don't. I don't care. Who cares?
Listen. I have no faith in Sacramento, but I have faith in you, and that's all that matters.
Oh. Amen, brother.
So
Amen.
smash that subscribe button. Click the like button. Go to Patreon. Become a subscriber. Join us every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Talk some smack. Talk smack about me. I'm not a can anymore, so you can't throw that in my face.
Yes, but he is an invisible man. He's an invisible can. He's an invisible can. He's an invisible can.
But no,
I appreciate
it. I get you.
Thank you. That does mean a lot, though. It does take someone like me to break through that barrier. And I'm like, who else is going to be doing this? I don't think anyone else is doing this. I guess it's going to be me. It's going to have to be me. That's been my goal, to build a
Well, I do have a question. Does Greta Gerwig still live in Sacramento?
No, she lives in, guess where she lives?
New York?
New York City! Ding, ding, ding! She lives in New York City. She left as soon as she was 18. She went to New York City. She went to NYU, and she's never come back since. So, there you go. There you have it. She doesn't give a shit. Yeah.
So, in a way,
But if you want someone who truly cares about Sacramento, talk about Uncanny right here. Well, even if he loves it or hates it, he's here to support Sacramento.
But I love this guy who loves it.
Thank you. I love Sacramento. I'm here in Sacramento. I had blood, sweat, and tears in Sacramento, and many more to come.
At the Hayhoe Studios.
At the Hayhoe Studios, and we will be building a studio when we can do it. But in the meantime, thank you guys for tuning in. This has been an excellent episode. We went over 4 hours. Oh my goodness me. What a episode. Oh boy. Turn the sprinkler systems on. Peja Stojakovic is on fire.
It's a 3.
Can Greta Gerwig quote Grant Napier? No. Hell no, she can't. That's how you know I'm tried and true. Sacramento. All right, you guys. I love you guys so much. Signing out. I'm going to do one thing real quick, and then I'm going to make sure we do a great outro. And okay. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hit that like button and hit that subscribe. Support on Patreon. $10 a month will get you a lot. All right. Thank you guys, and good night.
Bye.
Like and subscribe, it's movie night.